Well, here we are once again for another Green Room Pythons live stream. We do these occasionally. Hi, everybody. Let me know if you're new here to Green Room Pythons live stream. I've got Damara with me. I have 5 snakes out right now, and Damara is one of them. She's been out all day. And so just throughout the evening, I'll be putting them back because later in the evening, I'm going to be feeding snakes, and we don't want any of them out while I'm feeding. Okay. Hi, everybody. We got a bunch of people in already. We had a nice thunder crack for the horde of keepers that are in right there. And hi, guys. Jim Farr's in. Tanya's in. Fizzy. Kathy Conway. We got the whole crew. Hi, guys. Kalania's here. Olivia, I'm not going to say all the names. Sorry. Tweaking is here. I'm skipping some people, I'm sure. Michelle, there's just a lot of people. There's a new one right there. Eltra Panny. I'm saying that wrong. Christine's here. Hi, Christine. Sheila, Zach, Tom. Nice. Good to see you all. Okay. Hi, everybody. So, Mama, you're just going to hang out back there? Okay. Crisis. Hi, Crisis. Crisis, I was going to make you a moderator here, too. And I will do that, but I can't remember how to do it. Because my only options here are to delete your comment or ban you. I'm not trying to do either one of those things or put you in timeout. I'm trying to make you a moderator, which is the opposite of that. But I'll figure that out later. Anyway, hi, everyone. So I have some scotch here. This will be the scotch portion of Snakes and Scotch. This is one that I've never tried, and I haven't tried that yet that I just poured. This is from Compass Box, and Compass Box is a really good quality blender of scotch. Some people are snobs and they say they'll only drink single malt scotch, but blended scotch is really nice. Blended scotch would be like Johnny Walker. That's the probably most famous one. And you would blend scotch to get a specific flavor profile. And you end up with some really nice scotches. And Compass Box always does a great job. And this is Nectarosity. And it has a piece of cake on the label, which is why I got it. It's got a piece of cake or an actual cake. It's probably delicious. The bottle makes it look like it's delicious. So let's see if it is. Jim Farr, dang it. We've talked about this before. Come on now. We are not doing shots of scotch. Jim's always going to say this now. Anytime I'm drinking scotch, he's going to talk about doing shots. That is lovely. It's dessert. It's like drinking dessert. Yeah. It does taste like cake a little bit. It more tastes like fruit. It's delicious. Yeah, Monkey Shoulder. Monkey Shoulder is a good like daily drinker. It's an inexpensive. It's the best of the like inexpensive daily drinkers. I almost always have a bottle of Monkey Shoulder on hand, although I don't have one right now, but usually I do. That's also a good scotch to hand someone that's never tried scotch before, because there's nothing challenging about it. It's good. Johnny Walker Blue Label, sure. Gentleman Jack, okay. I haven't had Gentleman Jack. I'm sure it is just fine, though. Sure, it's good stuff. Okay. All right. So, what do we have? So we talked about that. That's the that was the scotch portion of Snakes and Scotch, you guys. Hang on. Let me see if I can get this girl. Nope, I can't. I'm just gonna leave it. We'll leave it and let her be. I just got back from, I was at my parents' house. We had a family gathering with a whole bunch of family, and we were on the lake the other day. My sister rented a pontoon boat, like a high-powered fast pontoon boat that we could pull kids on the to take them tubing. That was fun. I was the captain, which real tough to get people to not call me Uncle Bob or Bob. Just it's captain for today. I am behind. Do you see me not see me behind the wheel? It's just captain, But these kids, they get used to calling you one thing. And oh, here's a super chat. We can talk about super chats. Anyway, it was a great time. Just got back late last night, and I've been taking care of snakes all day today and setting up for this live stream. So I'm glad you all are here. Okay, first super chat of the day. Thanks, Matthew. Just followed. Wiccan's Wicked Reptiles brought me here. I've got a beardy, an American green tree frog. Oh, that's awesome. That's nice that Adam brought you here. I'm assuming it was in that he did a video fairly recently where he talked about a bunch of creators. Glad you're here. Beardies are cool. I've had 2 beardies in the past, and green tree frogs, man, you can't go wrong with an American, good old red, white, and blue American green tree frog. That reminds me, somebody commented. I posted a short video from the reptile show of an ice dragon, basically a baby albino Asian water monitor. And when I post these shorts, they post on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Facebook is the one that's kind of a wild card, though, because Facebook shows my videos to random people. And so I get a lot of people that aren't into reptiles, they don't even know that people keep reptiles, whatever. So anyway, the red, white, and blue reminded me of this guy who was of an older generation. He says that thing should be outlawed because it's not part of the United States of America. Anything that's not part of the United, and then he put a flag emoji, like a red, white, and blue flag emoji. Anything that's not part of the United States, they should be fined big time for. And which I thought was so funny to be mad about. It's like, it almost seemed like he's really angry with immigrants, and now it's like overflowed into animals. Like, you can't have non-American animals. So I just said that, you'd have to find people that had parakeets and hamsters as well. Anyway, that was funny. Here's another. Oh, we haven't talked about the super chats yet, but we're going to after El Trapani's super chat. Thanks for that one. Did your friend go back and get that unique colored tree boa you found in the DR? He said he was going to build an enclosure and go back and get it. Yeah, he did say that. He did build the enclosure, and he has been back and has not found it. But he's going back after earthquakes because he's doing a separate study, which is really interesting. It's a study to figure out, it seems like when an earthquake happens, the next day, the reptiles are gone. And he started realizing that when we were out, because there was one day right after an earthquake that we were out and we hardly found anything. And he was like, I wonder if there's a correlation here. I'm going to start looking into it. So he keeps going back after earthquakes, and he has not found that snake yet. And I told him, I said, are you sure you don't want to bring it back now? But he still claims that he's definitely going to, bring it back. He'll find it. So we'll see. We know what tree it lives in. Dave, thanks for the super chat. Let me know if you have a question or something to go with it. So let's talk about this. For the people that are new, the way this works is I will not be able to read the whole chat. I've got a bunch of questions from Patreon that I'm going to read up here. While the chat's going, I'm going to miss almost all the chat. I will read it tomorrow, though, but I just can't respond to it. So if you want to tell me something that you just want me to read, I will read it eventually, but I can't respond to it. If you have a question specifically for me, you can super chat it, or if you have something that you want me to read right now, you can super chat it and I'll see it because it highlights it. But if you just have a question, don't feel like you have to pay for a super chat to get your question answered. There's a ton of experienced snake keepers in the chat. You can just ask your question and then pay attention to the chat and someone will answer your question, you know, or probably several people will answer your question. And here are several super chats right now. So that's how this works. As I'm showing off snakes, as I'm answering Patreon questions that have already been sent in, I'm also answering super chats like this. Hi, Crisis Corps. Thanks for sending this. My brand new BCC Antares says hi. Got him last week. He's super sweet. Oh, congrats on that. Tell Antares hello for me. Antares? Antares. There can't be another way to say that. I can't think of another way to say that. Where's my... Hey, Mama, come here. Come here. You're supposed to hang out with us on camera. Oh, man, she's strong. This one. Okay. Next super chat while I'm slowly getting Damara back. Your video with Bonte finally pushed me over the edge to buy a Chondro, even though Dan didn't accept your trade. Do you think you'll get a white lip? Yeah, I probably will get a white lip at some point. I've always wanted one. There was a point a few years back that I really wanted one. Like I was actively figuring out how I'm going to get a white lip, and you know, just figuring out what kind of room I need and such like that. But yeah, I like white lips. They're real cool. Okay, we got Damara back. Hang on, let me check this. Antares, is that what it is? Antares? Tanya's texting me saying it's Antares. Cool, okay. Got that pronunciation. Matthew, thanks for the super chat. Funny story about the green tree frog. I'm a truck driver and opened the doors to deliver a load of trash bins to get recycled from Tennessee, and it was sitting right there. Oh, that's great. So you got a hitchhiker that you kept. That's awesome. I think that's how a lot of people end up with American green tree frogs. Those are cool little amphibians to have. Okay. So we got that. Everybody understand the super chat deal. If you want me to see it, super chat it. It'll highlight it. Otherwise, I'll see it in the morning. Other people will answer your question. I covered all that, right? Yeah. Great. Let's get to a couple Patreon questions. Oh, by the way, we're going to feed a bunch of snakes tonight. So if you're around later tonight, we're feeding basically everybody in these cages. Those cages, including the inspector, who's above those two cages, and we're not feeding anybody in these cages. So we're not feeding Douglas or the retics. By the way, speaking of Douglas, he's in a hide right here on the other side of the room, and I kind of wasn't thinking about him curled up in that hide. He's been in there all day, and I have rodents that I've thawed in plastic bags. And I thought, well, since I'm feeding a bunch of snakes tonight, I might as well get their rodents out and have them labeled in bags so I can just grab them and go, and I don't have to do any, planning while the live stream is happening. So I brought them out right under the hide. He's right at my head level, and I'm like at waist level working with these, pulling rodents out of plastic bags and putting them in. And then all of a sudden I see, like, in front of my eyes, this slow snake coming in front of my face, and I was like, oh yeah, Douglas is here, and I've got rodents. Douglas isn't food crazy. He's not a food crazy snake, but that definitely put him in food mode. So I pulled my whole workstation away and put it away, and he went into hunting mode, which he doesn't really do that very much, but he went into hunting mode for about 45 minutes. And then once he was sure that he must be crazy and there wasn't a rodent that he could eat, he went right back to the hide that he was in and went back to sleep. It was pretty funny. Sometimes I forget that I have snakes out. Christine, thanks for the super chat. It's been 4 weeks and my ball python has not eaten. Someone suggested rubbing a mouse in tuna. He is an active snake and comes out. He's a nervous eater. Yeah, tuna juice works sometimes. That's a thing that you could do. Make sure that you're feeding your snake. Christine, I don't remember if you just got this snake. I think you just got this one, if I remember right. And maybe it hasn't eaten for you yet. Am I right about that? If that's the case, make sure that you're feeding the snake exactly what the breeder was feeding. So if the breeder was feeding live, you need to be offering live meals for the first meal or two to get them eating, because they don't necessarily recognize frozen thawed if they've never been fed a frozen thawed. They won't recognize it as food. But yeah, scenting it with tuna juice does work sometimes. Also, chicken broth works sometimes. Okay. Let's see. What else do I need to cover? Hey, Mama, did she just put a comment on the screen? I think she put a comment on the screen and took it off. That was this one, not me. Hey, by the way, Tiger Lily is on eggs. Do you guys know that? I posted a little thing, but Tiger Lily's on eggs right now. She's going to maternally incubate. She's never done that before. This is her second clutch. Her first one I incubated. This one I'm letting her sit on. And her mama does real well at maternal incubation. So I think Tiger Lily will. I just looked. I didn't think I was going to be able to tell how many eggs because they just stay wrapped around them. But she was sitting earlier today in a way where I could lift up her coil and I got a good look at what I think are all the eggs. And I think she's sitting on 6. So those babies will be available in the future for the Patreon folks, as well as we have house snake eggs that are cooking also. We got house snake babies and ball python babies coming. Smigmer, no, I won't. I mean, I'm not super afraid of spiders. Like, they're fine. They're not, I used to be pretty afraid of them. I'm not so much anymore. But I'm not like, I won't get more jumping spiders or more. Everybody said when I got my jumping spider, Carol, everybody was like, oh, you're in it now. You're going to have all these spiders. I'm not. I don't feel a need to get any other spiders, Johnny Venom said that he was going to send me a spider. If he sends me a spider, I'll take it. But I'm not looking for spiders. Yeah, April, I am on the very tail end of a cold, so pardon my sniffles, everyone. I'm basically over it, but dealing with the last bit of congestion and such. Kalanya, no thank you, but I appreciate the offer. Okay. Mama, you're going back to the ground. I'm going to put you back. How about that? I got to put you back. We got to start putting snakes back. Okay, I'm going to put her back. First of all, I'm going to get rid of my ears because the sound is working and you guys will tell me if it's not. I'm going to put this one back. And then we'll get another snake out. I don't know who. Who do you guys want to see? Okay. Matt, thanks for the super chat. Now the black box is no longer selling enclosures. Who would you recommend for a 4x2x2? Look at Apex Reptile. Oh, is that a different one? Oh, hang on, Ryder. Hold on one second. I'll get to that. Thanks for that super chat. Matt, look at Apex Reptile for 4x2x2s because you can. They're modular and you can expand them if you want to. And they've got some really cool stuff going on. Okay. Ryder, thanks for the super chat. I've had a young ball python for 4 weeks now, and she's eating well and gaining weight, but I have yet to find any poop. Is that normal? Yeah, it is. They have very slow metabolisms, and they don't poop very often. We're going to talk. There's a question from Patreon about snakes getting impacted, so we're going to talk about that a little bit more. But it is normal for them to not poop very often. Some ball pythons only poop when they shed. So every 6 weeks, every 7 weeks, something like that. Sometimes once every 2 months. You know, it's usually not a problem, but we are going to discuss it, and we'll talk about the signs of when it is a problem here shortly. Okay. Here we go. First, Patreon question. Charlie says, okay, so this is for you guys to contribute to as well. Charlie says, I need a name for my ball python. She's a cinnamon, and I'm struggling to find a good name for her. I'm going to say name her Bonnie because you can call her Cinnabon. That's what I got. What do you guys have? Put it in the chat or put it in the comments if you're watching this after the fact. But if you're watching it a week from now, you're probably too late. Okay. Next one is from Crisis Corpse, who we've been talking to. Crisis Corpse is in the chat. Would you consider going to any of the expos around the San Francisco Bay Area? Yeah, I would. I've been up to Sacramento for that show. So San Francisco Bay is pretty much the same distance, you know? I'd do one of those. You guys like Bonnie? Okay, that's cool. Cindy, that's a good one too. Crisis, thanks for the super chat. House update. Permits are here. Kitchen is packed out now. Now we're waiting for PG&E, the power company, to give power back so construction can begin. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. You're going to be back in a house in no time, Crisis. Thanks for the update. For those of you who don't know, Crisis had a crisis. Their house burned down and it's being rebuilt. Things seem to be going smoothly, as smoothly as they can when your house burns down, you know. Okay, Suzanne says, worm snakes. What do you know about them? My mom, who lives in the upper middle of Illinois, found one making its way across her front yard. I looked it up based on the description she gave me, and we both came to the conclusion that it is a worm snake. I didn't know they existed prior to that, so I'm curious to know more and about other unusual small snake friends that might be flying under my radar. Okay, so worm snakes were something that I didn't know about either. I had to look them up because I assumed that Suzanne was talking about blind snakes, and blind snakes are very tiny. They're kind of all over the place. We found one in Costa Rica when I was there recently. And a friend of mine found one in her yard in Orange County a few weeks ago. But usually you don't find them at all because they live underground. They're blind. They look like a worm. They're super tiny. And worm snakes are only in, I think, Ohio and one other state. There's only like a couple states that actual worm snakes are in. They don't seem to be blind, but they are basically the same thing, maybe a little bit bigger, but fossorial. They live underground and they look like worms. People mistake them for worms. So that's all I know about them. I had to look them up because I thought you were talking about a blind snake. But yeah, pretty cool to find one because they're not easy to spot. 3 Void, thanks for the super chat. Let me know if you've got a question or something to go along with that. But thanks for that super chat. Alan David, thanks for the super chat. Update, you encouraged my wife to get a house snake, then defended your decision. Yeah, I remember. Not only has she decided she wants one, she has decided she wants a male, and his name will be Lewis. Thanks, Bob. Awesome. That's great. I love it. Lewis is a fantastic name for a house snake. That's great. Glad that worked out. If I remember right, Alan David, you were asking me to convince your wife not to get one. You didn't want her to get one. And I did the opposite. Am I right about that? I think I am. All right. Braden says, what do you think of spider ball pythons? I think they're just fine. It's not a snake that I would breed, but they do great as pets. I have nothing controversial to say about spider ball pythons. I think the market has, people want to argue whether people should be breeding spider ball pythons or not breeding or whatever. They can argue all they want, but the fact is that spider ball pythons lower the value of the snake. So if someone's breeding and trying to sell snakes and make money or whatever, spider is probably not the gene to be focusing on. But that doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to breed them, but I think they make great pets. They sometimes have a wobble and you have to manage that. The wobble is worse with stress, but they're great eaters. So that's what I have to say about that. 3 Void, thanks for the next super chat. I'll try to give you a double good answer here. Just got my first female carpet python today. Pure IJ, that's great. Congrats. She's a little over a year old and set up in a 4x2x2. Do you recommend target training to feed? Yeah. I mean, if you want to. Everybody does it differently. Target training is not like this is what you have to do this to make your feedings work or whatever. But I recommend target training. Carpet pythons are really smart, and it's great if it's for nothing else. It's really good mental activity for them to do. I'm going to feed my 2 carpet pythons later today, and we'll use a target when we do it. It gives them some mental enrichment. That's really the only reason that I use target training is for them to do something. All right, Amy, thanks for the super chat. My shy male ball python Adonis says hi. Oh, hi, Adonis. Well, I mean, not too shy because he's saying hello. So, and speaks English, which is amazing. I don't have any snakes that speak English. So Adonis is doing great, I think. What else was I going to say to 3 Void about that carpet python? There's something else I was going to say. I don't remember. That was it. Yes, I think target training is cool, but I don't, it's one of those things that's totally optional as a keeper if you want to get into that or not, But congrats on that new snake. That's cool. Okay, back to the Patreon. Caitlin says, if you had to start keeping snakes over again from scratch, knowing what you know now, what, if anything, would you do differently? I probably, even though I knew I was doing, and I talked about it as I was doing it, as I was building my group of ball pythons, I knew that I was getting into too many projects. Like, if I really wanted to focus, I would get a bunch of snakes on one project that maybe was a couple of recessive genes, and I ended up getting into like ultramel pied and clown pied and sunset and xanthic, and I've got all these, like, one female, one male for one project, which is okay, for the level of breeding I'm doing. But I would like to have less ball pythons, I think. You know, I don't have a ton. You know, I have 45 snakes or something, 43 snakes total in the room. But a lot of them are ball pythons, and I feel like I don't need that many ball pythons, you know. So maybe I would do that differently. Candy, thanks for the super chat. Worm snakes, Carfophis are actually in 12 or 14 Midwest or Southeastern states. They don't look like worms, more like earth snakes. They have really pretty pink bellies and a pointy tail. 12 to 14 states. When I looked it up, it showed them in 2. That's crazy. Interesting. That's cool. Yeah, they look like worms to me, but it's just the size. When you get a snake that's that size, that's tiny, it's not that it looks like an earthworm. It's just the size of a worm. You know what I mean? So people mistake them. Somebody showed me, a friend of mine showed me a picture of the one that they found, the blind snake that they found in their garden. And they had sent it to Lucy. I know them through Lucy. They're part of Lucy's band thing. Lucy is my snake babysitter, for those of you who don't know. Anyway, one of the moms in Lucy's band basically showed it to me, and she said she thought it was a worm, then she noticed it had scales. And so she thinks it's probably not a worm. I said, you're right, it's not. You found something that's really hard to find, actually. Crisis, thanks for the super chat. I need an opinion for a new friend. I'm looking at Angolan pythons, jungle carpets, pied ball pythons. What should we get? You should get an Angolan. There you go. My next, I would say jungle carpet, but Angolan is a little bit more rare. I mean, it's not that they're rare, it's that less people have them. And I think you'd really like an Angolan. Yeah. U.S. Marines JH08, thanks for the super chat. Would you consider a 2025 hatched ball python that's 145 grams underweight? If so, would you suggest a more aggressive feeding schedule to get a little more weight on her? GHI leopard pastel 100% head clown. Yeah. It probably doesn't look underweight. The body condition might be fine, but that's a very slow growing snake. I'm guessing it hatched the summer of 2025, and now we're into the summer of 2026. Most ball pythons fed on a regular schedule would be between, let's say, 600 and 800 grams at about a year old. Sometimes a little under, sometimes a little over that 600 to 800 gram mark. But yeah, this would be a situation where we've talked about this before, where someone has a snake and they're feeding it like hopper mice. Maybe they bought it from a breeder, and the breeder, I don't know if this is the case for this one, but I'm just giving an example. The breeder says, oh, it's on hopper mice right now. So the keeper just feeds it hopper mice and keeps feeding it hopper mice, but never ups the prey item. This is what happens, is you end up with a year-old ball python that's 145 grams. I don't know if it's a year old. It may be 6 months old or something like that. But they're usually, after 2 to 3 months, they're past. They would be, well, am I right about that? I would say after 3 months, they would be beyond 145 grams, probably after 3 months old, So, yeah, just make sure that you're feeding an appropriate, this isn't an aggressive feed schedule, but once a week for a snake that big, right? Just feed it once a week, but feed it an appropriate size rodent. So rat pups were maybe weaned rats. I don't know. I'd have to look at the weight scale, because I can't imagine in my head how big that is, but you would think I would know off the top of my head. I would say that's probably still a rat pup at 145 grams. And then you would move to weaned rats when it's appropriate too. Okay. Where are we at? All right. April, who I think is in the chat, is asking on Patreon, what do you do if you buy a snake? Oh, this is an interesting one. What do you do if you buy a snake and later find out that it's not what you thought you purchased? Now, this is not like a genetic, like you buy a ball python and the breeder thought it was inchy and it's not inchy or whatever. It's a little different. Check this out. Breeder is not at fault. The mother was hiding hybrid genes. So different species of snake. Is this common? Do I roll with it? It's a cool snake. I've invested time and attention, but I still feel a little disappointed. Thoughts? Okay, so then I asked some questions. Here's what we found out. It was supposed to be just a Mexican black king snake. That is a full-on black snake, and that's what April wanted, which totally understandable. They're awesome. As it grew, it sounds like it started to develop some white peppering. It has white peppered in on the sides that are getting brighter. Breeder says it's a Desert King that the mom's genetics somewhere. So the breeder claims that they didn't know that the mom is a hybrid Mexican black king snake, Desert King snake. So I asked if April was planning on breeding, and she's not. She says, I just had my heart set on an all black snake. Also, I did all the research on Mexican black kings, and I'm just assuming deserts are similar. Yes, that your care wouldn't be any different. I'm torn whether to sell him and get a pure Mexican black king or just keep him because he's special. Yeah, I mean, that's up to you what you want to do. If you were breeding, that would definitely be a thing where you would contact the breeder and go, hey, this is not a pure Mexican black king snake, and I'm trying to breed Mexican black kings, and they should take it back, you know. But yeah, it's up to you. It's a pet snake, whether you want that. I mean, maybe you keep that snake and you also get a regular Mexican black king. It's up to you. I don't think it's that common. I don't think that situation is common. It is common for a breeder to mislabel accidentally. You know, they think that this snake has certain genes, and it turns out they don't. Or vice versa. A lot of times the breeder doesn't label genes that the snake has. That's super common. But having hybrid genetics is not super common, although it is in carpet pythons. It's pretty common in carpets to have some like jungle with diamond or whatever in the line somewhere, you know. So I guess it just depends on the species. You guys, I need to step off for a moment because I heard something in the other room, which means I have both super dwarfs in the snake well room, and I just need to check on them because I heard a noise. Be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. Well, that answers the question of who's coming next. Since I didn't have a snake, we got Echo. The noise was she knocked over one of my suitcases that I came home with. Fortunately, it was empty because it landed on her. So she's fine. It wasn't heavy. So we got Echo here for not very long. Because she'll cause all kinds of shenanigans. Yeah, yes, look at this. Yeah, exactly what I said. Hey, Mama, you stay with me, okay? You stay with me. Where was I at here? Hi, are you... Let me look at your face. You're not looking for food right now? Okay, hang on. Let me catch up on super chats here real quick because I'm behind a few. All right. Hey, don't distract me. Let me do some super chats. All right, CPAWS 252 Hi, Bob. I'm dealing with mites right now on my new ball python, and I'm struggling to get them off her eyes and face. I watched your video, but I'm still very worried. Yeah, it's just keep whatever treatment you decide to do, just keep doing the treatment and you'll get it. I don't know what treatment you're using, but the mites will come off the eyes, face, everywhere once you once your treatment is in place. And there, there's a number of ways to get rid of them. I think trying that why can't I think of it right now? Whatever the one is that I talked about in the video that I recently put out. That's a good one to do if you can get a hold of those NexGard. NexGard is what I'm thinking of. If you can get a hold of those pills, NexGard is a good one to do. Mama, I kind of don't trust you right now. I'm going to put her back. Because I'm not able to pay attention enough to her subtle body language when I'm on a live stream, and I feel like she's kind of looking for food. Okay. Look at that. We got 2 snakes back, and we're gonna get Max because somebody asked for Max. Hey, bud. Come here. Okay, I'm still going to get to these super chats. I know we have a few. So we'll have Max hang out for a while. Max, for those who don't know, the inspector, Detective Inspector Rorschach, is Max's grandfather. No. Wait, how does that work? Oh, no, Max's dad. The inspector is Max's dad, and Lucille is his mom. He's banana with a bunch of other genes, and he's heifer-pied. Other than that, he's just a real cool snake. And someone asked for Max. Who was it? Loretta was asking for Max. So we're skipping to that Patreon question. We got that one. Okay, we got Loretta's. It was, can we see Max? And yes, we can. Okay, back to the super chats. U.S. Marines, thanks. I just picked her up today from a Morph Market purchase. Oh, that's great. Morph Market is a good spot to get snakes. That's great. Congrats on that one. Christine Blue, thanks for the super chat. I tried live. He would just snap at the tongs. So with live, you shouldn't have tongs involved necessarily, Christine. You can just drop the rodent in the cage. You know, if it's live, you just put it in there and let it run around and leave it in for like 20 minutes to half an hour. Take it out after 30 minutes if the snake doesn't eat it. But make sure that it's, if the breeder was feeding mice, make sure you're not feeding rats, because you want the smell and everything to be exactly what that snake is used to eating, so they recognize it as food. And if the breeder was feeding live, they were dropping it into a tub. They weren't using tongs, so just drop it in. See what happens. Lettuce, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob, do your Super Dwarf retic nostrils ever close or get blocked during shed? My 2-year-old's nostrils close or get stuff in them sometimes during shed. I mean, I don't see that with mine, but that could happen. You know, they could have stuck shed in a nostril. And actually, that's not true. Sometimes they have a whistle, and that could be a little bit of shed or substrate in their nostril. I don't ever visually see it get blocked, but that could happen, you know. It's a thing that could happen. Matthew, thanks for the super chat. I've always known ball pythons for being very head shy. Met a guy in PetSmart that had a ball python that wasn't head shy at all. How much work does it take to do that? I've never seen that before. Most of my ball pythons aren't head shy. they start out head shy, but I'll show you what to do when Max comes around my hat. I'll show you what to do. I haven't worked with Max very much on his head shyness. But I do, I do work with him. It doesn't take very long. It's, let's just see where he's at right now, naturally with his head shyness. Ugh, there we go. Hi, bud. Let's just have you relax for a moment. And we'll see what happens if we just touch your head. Not head shy, just naturally. Like it's annoying to them, but he's not pulling back. You know, he just did. But usually when they're head shy, they'll, as soon as you touch, they'll snap back. You know, let's see if I can get him. See, I'm just touching his head, and he'll kind of move away, but that's not that real snap back reaction. One snake that's super head and face shy, that's otherwise not shy at all, is Stella. And I have not been able to get her to not be head and face shy. And that's okay. I just know that I can't touch Stella under her chin or on her head or anything, because she has a big reaction. She snaps back. So some ball pythons like this are not super head shy just naturally, you know. I would say he's like moderately. Like I'm touching it, I'm petting his head right now. He's not doing much about it. But with a snake that is head shy, let's say they do have a reaction. Start here on the back of the neck, let them feel your hand, then come up their neck so they can feel your hand coming up and you're not surprising them. And then you can touch their head and they can get used to what that feels like. And just doing that occasionally when you have them out gets them not head shy. And it gets them to this point. Now, again, I haven't worked with Max, but a lot of ball pythons, or a lot of snakes in general, it would take quite a bit of work just to get them to this stage that Max is at naturally, you know. So anyway, that's my TED Talk on head shyness. Loretta, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Max. I'm glad you like Max, Loretta. He's a good boy. Crisis, thanks for the super chat. Since green room python law dictates that I bring up blood pythons, definitely recommend people take a look at them. They aren't for everyone, but they might be the right for someone out there. My 3-year-old is doing well. Yeah, you have a great blood python, and someone else on Patreon asked about blood pythons, so we're going to talk about them again tonight. Not just the obligatory Crisis Corps bringing up blood pythons. Yeah, bloods are cool. If you're up for a snake that's sizable, bloods are cool. Okay. Here we go. I found our spot. Christine says, do you think ball pythons have the ability to recognize their owners, and how? Yeah, absolutely. I know that they do, because I've talked about this a lot before, that and you can see it when I do episodes of introducing people to snakes who are afraid of snakes. If I hand someone a snake, that snake immediately like tongue flicks on the person, and then oftentimes they'll reach for me, like a baby reaching for their parent. They're more comfortable with me than they are with a stranger, because they know me. And I think it's probably mostly scent. They might be able to tell a little bit visually, although they don't have great vision. This species specifically doesn't have great vision. And but yeah, they definitely can tell their keeper. And also, you know, their snakes are very movement oriented, and because many species like pythons don't have good vision, they're not sure what's going on when they see movement. So when my snakes are out, I oftentimes put my arm in front of them so they can tongue flick and see that the movement, when I walk into the room, I just walked in and got Echo and brought her out. Usually when I walk into the room, if the snakes are tongue flicking, they're like on high alert because they saw some movement. I'm going to show them that it's me. They tongue flick on me. I let them do that for a minute. It takes a minute for them to register, you know. So I let them tongue flick, and then once they back off and relax, they know that movement was me, you know. And I think a lot of people don't give their snakes, they're not that patient with their snakes because they assume that it's like a dog. When you walk into the room, the dog sees you and clocks you immediately. With snakes, they have to tongue flick a couple times, get your scent particles on their tongue, put it up into their Jacobson's organ that's in the roof of their mouth, let their brain recognize what that is, and then they go, oh, that's the guy that I know, you know. So it takes them a little bit longer, but they do recognize it and they relax. If it was somebody else walking in the room and they showed them their arm, they would probably, my guess is, and I want to try this as an experiment. My guess is that they would maybe move away, you know, like they wouldn't act defensive. It wouldn't be a big deal, but I think that they would be less comfortable. You know, they wouldn't just stay in their spot sitting, I think. I'm just guessing though, because I've never tried it. Kick Me, thanks for the super chat. I got my first tag the other day. It was no biggie. Yeah, that's what I keep saying. No big deal. You know, depending on the snake, right? It's got to be a non-venomous snake, and it shouldn't be a huge snake because huge snakes can deliver a pretty significant bite. But like a snake like this, not that big of a deal. Even an adult snake like this, ball python, not that big of a deal. 3 Void, thanks for the super chat. For defensive young carpet pythons, do you recommend gloves for bites or just deal with the bites so they get used to my hands? This was such a good super chat to grab right after we talked about the other one. Young carpet pythons almost don't even break the skin. So when I say no biggie, it's super no biggie for the carpet pythons. For a lot of people that are nervous about it, I'll say that for your comfort, if it makes you feel better to have gloves, go ahead and have gloves. But a carpet python won't even break the skin a lot of times, a baby carpet python. Adults will, subadults will. But brand new babies, you almost won't have blood. And if you do, you still aren't going to feel it really. So no need to even flinch if they're biting you, even though you will instinctively. I think I'm at a point where I'm used to snakes enough and used to like picking up snakes in the wild enough that when they strike, I don't flinch, you know? But it is, if you're not used to working with snakes all the time like that, you just naturally flinch, you know? Bearded Bullets, thanks for the super chat. Picking up our first Super Dwarf reticks this weekend from Reach Out Reptile. Okay, so you're getting several from Garrett. Female Phantom Sunfire, 75% Super Dwarf. The male is a Montley Citron, 62.5% Super Dwarf. It's a 5.5 hour drive. What traveling music do snakes like? Maybe they're an audiobook type. That's a great question. First of all, congrats on that. That's amazing that you're getting 2 at once. I mean, I assume these are babies, so they're pretty easy when they're babies, and then you'll just get used to them as they grow. But those sound incredible. 5.5 hour drive. Yeah, I would say retakes are more of a podcast type. I think if you throw on music, they might start to party, and the shenanigans would increase. I think put on a good podcast. And I highly recommend the podcast Aliens Are Behind Everything and Other Probably True Nonsense with Bob Bledsoe. It's my own podcast, and I highly recommend it. It's about aliens and cryptids and ghosts and such. We have a good time. We're not even sponsored right now by the podcast. I think the last live stream was sponsored by Aliens Are Behind Everything. But it was just natural to bring it up, so I'm bringing it up. That's what I recommend you listen to. Congrats on those Super Dwarfs. That's cool. Tell Garrett hello for me when you go to pick them up. Reality X Unfolds, thanks for the super chat. Getting my first snake on Tuesday. I've watched hours of your content over this week, and it's helped me feel ready for the challenge. Thank you. Oh, that's fantastic. What are you getting? We all want to know what snake you're getting. Reality X Unfolds. What is it? Congrats on that. And I'm glad that the videos have been helpful for you. That's great. Thanks for that super chat. All right, while we're waiting for Reality X to tell us what they're getting, I'm going to move to a Patreon question. Okay, Ted asks, curious as to what racks you're using for your V70 tubs and what the heating system is. The heating system in almost all racks universally, almost all, is just heat tape along the bottom. Sometimes it's heat tape on the back, but don't do that unless you're working with a different species. It's heat tape on the bottom. And these racks are a combination of black box cages, which is no longer, and I think I have 1 or 2 sea serpent racks. But, you know, PVC racks are pretty much the same. Yeah, I mean, there's some that have more bells and whistles than others, but it's basically a shelf, you know. And also, I want to say that they're for breeders. They're for people that have lots of snakes because they're breeding. If you have pet snakes, it's much better to keep them in cages. You know. What are the differences between boas, BCI, BCC, and super dwarf retics like Stella and Echo as far as behavior and temperament go? I do realize that snakes are individuals, but perhaps a generalized fashion being that you've been around and handled a few, to say the least. Yeah, super dwarfs well, I was going to say super dwarfs can get bigger, but that's not necessarily true. Boas can get huge, and boas can be fatter. So both of them could potentially get huge, right? But as far as temperament, they both can be food aggressive, but retics more so. So you're going to deal with more of a food response situation and more shenanigans. Retics are more shenanigans. So that doesn't mean that they're like defensive. That just means that they're going to move around more. When I have them out in the room, they're going to move around more than a boa. Now, my boa specifically doesn't move around hardly at all, but I know that there's others that do. But boas generally are going to be happy to just sit there and chill, whereas retics, not so much. Although I will say, Echo and Stella today, they went into the other room this morning. They cruised around for probably a few hours, and then they both found their favorite spots to settle on opposite sides of the room. And they were there pretty much all day. Stella is still there. She's in a shoebox right now. And Echo was curled up almost all day on a shelf. And then she went and knocked over that suitcase, which is when I went and picked her up. So some days they're pretty quiet, but other days it's all about shenanigans. So that's that. More shenanigans from the retics. That was all right. That was from Patreon. Now we're gonna get to some super chats. Peter Hoffman, thanks for the super chat. Saw your podcast. I went to high school with Whitley Strieber's son. Oh, that's cool. Enjoyed your podcast. For what it's worth, Communion was odd. Oh, really? I haven't seen Communion yet. I'm glad you enjoyed the podcast, though. But that's interesting that you went to high school with Whitley Strieber's son. Whitley Strieber, just so you guys know, is a author. He's a sci-fi author who, after he became a sci-fi author, had what many people believe is a very credible alien abduction experience. But hard to believe someone who's already a sci-fi writer that he got abducted by aliens. But, you know, if aliens are abducting people, they're not going to exclude sci-fi writers. So it could happen if alien abduction is a thing. Anyway, we talked about that in a recent episode of the podcast. Soren396, thanks for the super chat. Young lady held my Mexican black king snake First snake hold day. Also first bite. Mexican Black King was pretty hungry. She was a good sport and held him another 10 minutes. No biggie. Oh, that's cool. The young lady, is this a random person or like a daughter or something? That's good. If a snake bites someone, it's always scary how they're going to react, you know, because I can always say, hey, it's not a big deal, but maybe it is to them, you know? So fortunately, I haven't had, except with the exception of Lucy. Lucy's been bit by several of my snakes, but she's different because she works with them. I've never handed a snake to someone and then had them be bit. Fortunately, knock on wood. Crisis Corpse, thanks for the super chat. Do you know how to prevent cancer in snakes? I lost my 22-year-old ball python to kidney cancer. Just curious. I don't, Crisis. I think it's like cancer in people. You know, like there's certain lifestyle choices. Don't have your snake smoke. But seriously, like especially kidney cancer, what are you gonna do? Sometimes animals just develop cancer. You know, just such a bummer. That was the one that you just recently lost, I think, which is such a bummer. And really 22 years old, you know, we say that ball pythons live 20 to 30 years. So that was a good long life for that snake. But yeah, that is a bummer. Sometimes we often hear of snakes developing cancer and, you know, snakes dying, and then you get a necropsy and find out that they had some sort of cancer. It's a thing that happens. It's a bummer. Fizzy, nice to hear from you. Thanks for the super chat. Rhubarb spent all last weekend begging to come out. He'd spend hours with us before wanting to leave. This week he hasn't asked, so I haven't let him out. That's good. That's cool that he's trying to come out. Fizzy, remind me, is Rhubarb Max's brother? I think Rhubarb is from this clutch. Am I right about that? And also, did Reality X ever tell us what kind of snake he's getting? Yes. There it is. Little baby girl ball python. Great. Awesome. Congrats on that. Okay. You guys probably all knew that before I did because you probably read the chat, but there we go. Glad we got that answered. Sinrich 6163. Sinrich 6163. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Thanks for the super chat, though. Just got my first snake on Monday. Congrats. A yearling Doomerals boa. That's a great choice. And your videos and Discord community has helped so much in the last month. Oh, that's great. The Discord community is really helpful. That's fantastic. Congrats on that. Great choice on a Doomerals boa. Those are one of the best pet snakes you could have. They're awesome. Very cool. Crisis. How common is it? Not how to prevent it. Thanks for that super chat. Sorry, I didn't realize that's what you were asking. Pretty common. I don't know about kidney cancer specifically. Oh, I see. I just read what you wrote. Sometimes I read too fast because I'm talking and I read the words wrong. Do you know how prevalent cancer is in snakes? And what I saw the whole sentence at once and I went, do you know how to prevent cancer in snakes? I do that quite a bit. And when I don't catch it on camera, I'll catch it later. I'll catch it tomorrow and I'll go, why didn't I read that right? It's just because I'm doing a bunch of stuff in my brain and my brain's not very effective anyway. So anyway, yeah, Crisis. It's pretty common. Cancer in general is pretty common in snakes. Huss Music, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob, moving soon. What's the less stressful way to transport 2 5-foot ball pythons for a 3-hour drive? I'd put them in a bin, get a locking tub, that they can curl up in. Doesn't have to be huge, just something that they can curl up in. And give them a towel. I like to transport them with just a beach towel. That way, if they want to cruise around and see out, they can. Otherwise, if they want to hide, they can just go under the towel. That is my favorite way to transport 3 hours, not that big of a deal. They'll be happy in there. You could also do a snake bag, you know, but I like a locking tub, so it gives them some options. Maui Bug, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. Me and my husband, Josh, love, love your videos. And we watch your videos almost every night before bed. Oh, my gosh. We are owners of 3 ball pythons. Come to Tennessee. That's awesome that you guys watch the videos every night before bed. That's cool. Hi to Josh. Hi to both of you. Glad you're enjoying them. That's cool. 3 ball pythons. That's a great number of ball pythons. Not too much. You kind of at 3, you're probably never going to be in a situation where all 3 of them are in shed at once. Although, you guys, I got home. I was gone for 5 days at my parents' house. I got home last night, and I went through all my snakes. 25% of my snakes had shed in those 5 days. I had, I think, 12 or 13 snakes that had shed. That's like 25%. So weird. People always ask if they get in sync, you know, like if their sheds are in sync, and I always say no, that's not a thing. But it kind of seems like it is. I mean, it was probably just a coincidence, but anyway. Kate, I'm just gonna say Kate. Thanks for the super chat. Who's the daddy of Tiger Lily's clutch? She's gonna be a gorgeous snake, one of my favorites of yours. The daddy, I'll show you the daddy. We got Max right here, just being on the chair. The dad, is one of the snakes that just shed, actually. That took a minute. This is the Sundance Kid. And he is, visually, he's just a cinnamon. But keep in mind, Tiger Lily is like a 6 or 7 gene combo snake. So she's got all the genes. He's cinnamon, but he's het for sunset and clown. He's double het sunset clown. So, so what we're looking for is some snakes that are, you know, het for sunset and clown. And I will hopefully end up with a male that has a bunch of, you know, or several incomplete dominant genes that is also het for sunset and clown that I can pair with Twyla when she's ready. Twyla is a visual sunset. She's vanilla sunset, and she's het for clown. So I'm just trying to get a boy that's also that, with maybe some other genes in there. So we'll see. We're going to have the whole clutch shed tested to see who got the hets. And it's going to be a cool clutch regardless, you know, because there's a lot of genes in play there. I don't think there's going to be any snake that looks like the next one, you know, because there's so many different genes. I'm going to put him back, though, because we got Max right there, and Max definitely doesn't like other males. By the way, Sundance Kid is Lucy's snake. Lucy, who I just mentioned, is my snake babysitter. Hey, bud, you can't. Lucy's my snake babysitter, and her mom is terrified of snakes, so she can't have that snake at her house. But that's been her favorite snake ever since she started taking care of my snakes. She started when she was 12. I gifted that snake to her when she was for her 16th birthday. She's now 18. And last time I saw her, we were talking about she wants to move out and get her own place, whatever, which is probably going to be a while. But we talked about as soon as she's ready, she can take that snake. But in the meantime, he'll be the father of some snakes in the room. Oh, Fizzy, right. Rhubarb is Damara's from Damara's clutch. That's right. I forget. I never remember off the top of my head what clutch these babies come from. Damara had a massive clutch of 16 or 17 babies, if I remember right. She laid 18 eggs. I think she laid 18 and 16 were good eggs. Just a huge amount of babies. Real pretty ones. Okay, let me make sure that I didn't skip any up here. And then there's, hang on, we're getting to it. Here we go. Huss Music, thanks for the super chat. When and how do you start to breed spotted pythons? I would say if you're in the U.S., I mean, probably anywhere. You can just breed them at any time. I think spotted pythons, you can just pair them up. I think I could be wrong. I have not bred Antaresia yet, although I'll be breeding pygmy pythons soon. You know, I don't think the Antaresia require like food cycling necessarily or temperature cycling. I'm not the guy to ask though, Huss Music, sorry, because I just haven't done it yet. I am going to be pairing up the pygmy pythons later in the year, like in several months. I'll be starting to pair them up, I think. But I think they're kind of like ball pythons where you just put a male in with a female and it just happens. I don't think it's a tricky situation. I could be wrong. Put in the comments if you're a breeder of Antaresia and I'm saying wrong stuff, tell us. We'd all like to know. Vinny and the Dodge, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob. I've been binging your channel as I'm looking to buy my first ball python. I was surprised to learn that morphs are linked to more than aesthetics, i.e. health issues. Very interesting. Yeah, not many, though. Not many. Most morphs are just linked to aesthetics. The vast majority of morphs are just linked to aesthetics. You've got some that are linked to what people call a neurological issue, but it's really not. It's a deformation of a bone that we call the inner ear, I guess, and it makes them wobbly. And then there's some like the banana gene right here that are sex linked. That's weird. If when Max has babies, and he has his any male in the clutch will get the banana gene. Any female will be non-banana. And sometimes there's an exception, but it's pretty rare. It's like, I think 3% exception. So you can almost sex your clutch by that. Your males are going to be bananas and your females are going to be non-bananas because he's a male maker. There's also female makers, and female makers can, it'll be either or, either male or females. So yeah, interesting. Genetics are crazy, but like I said, most of the morphs, hundreds and hundreds of morphs in ball pythons that do nothing except change the aesthetic of the snake. Kalanya, thanks for the super chat. Do any of your ball pythons have two-tone eyes? Our ball python, her eye stripes go through her eyes and make them yellow on top and brown on the bottom. Yeah, almost all of them. When you can see their eyes, so sometimes ball pythons just have black eyes. You know, they have a black eye cap or whatever, or maybe it's just their eye. It wouldn't be their eye cap. It would be their eye is black. But let's see what we got here with Max. Maximilian. Yeah, see, his are black. I'm not seeing anything, but if I could see his eye, I'd be able to see the stripe going through it because the you know, the eye cap is part of what sheds. And so the eye cap has coloration too. So when you got a stripe going through the eye, you'll see that stripe if you can see the eye. But with Max, he's got, I mean, I can't get him. You can't see it up close anyway, but that's about as well as I can see it when I'm up close. Just black eyes. It's pretty interesting, though. It's cool to see a stripe go through their eye. And you wonder if that changes how they, like, is that like having sunglasses on for them? You know, do they see out a little bit darker at that spot? It's interesting. Janie, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob, I started watching your videos last year to learn English. Oh, my gosh, I speak French. And you made me want to get my first snake. I have 4 now. Janie, you said that perfectly in English, by the way. That's amazing. And now you've got 4. That's great. Congratulations. I love that you that my videos helped you to learn English. That's amazing. Love that. Congrats on all that. That's really cool. Okay, back to Patreon. Where even am I? Okay, hang on. I think I know where I'm at. Yep. All right. Rashid is asking, what's the best way to protect your snakes from mites after going to a reptile show or herping? So Rashid, I put out a video about mites recently. So that's going to answer your question, but I will answer it anyway. From a reptile show, I talk about this in that video. Don't go into the room that your snakes are in. Don't touch your snakes. Don't do anything until you have taken your clothes off and put them somewhere far away from your snakes and taken a shower. That way, any mites that you picked up, any mite eggs or anything that you picked up, you get them off you before you get all new clothes, you've showered, and you have no mites on you. You know, just go into your house assuming that you've got mites on you. You probably don't, but just assume that you do. That's a good preventative measure. And you will not pick up mites herping because mites do not exist generally where you're herping. They exist in the pet trade, and they're not really in the wild unless you're herping in Africa, where they're from. When I go, I will say this though, when I go herping, I do the same protocol because there are other diseases in wild snakes that you don't want to pass on to your snakes. So that's actually really important. I wanted to make the point that you're not going to pick up mites, but you could pick up other diseases. So same protocol. Same protocol. Okay. Candy, thanks for the super chat. I finally remembered the question I lost while thinking about questions to post on Patreon. Isn't it about time to have a green room python Zoom? I hope so. Yeah, it is about time, Candy. Yes. Will you remind me of that? And I'll make that happen. We're doing I think this weekend. No, it's not gonna be this weekend. Next weekend, we're doing an Aliens Are Behind Everything Patreon live stream, and maybe we'll do a Green Room Python Zoom at this on the following day. We'll figure that out. I'm just thinking in my brain how to schedule this. But yes, it is time. We haven't done one in a while. That's one thing we do over on Patreon on Green Room Pythons, you guys, is we do Zoom parties where everybody just jumps in. You can be on camera or not. You can participate or not. Some people just sit there and listen. But it's just we just chat. And basically, it ends up being an animal show and tell. But we just chat about stuff. It's fun. You guys, this Compass Box blended Scotch is so lovely. I'm switching to something else once I'm done with that, though, because I don't want to deplete that bottle. Let's see. Huss Music, thanks for the super chat. Will you ever visit the White Plains, New York Expo? You know, it's possible, Huss Music, but I will say that White Plains, New York is almost as far as you can get from where I am in the continental United States. But you never know. I could be in New York for something and end up going to that one. Let's see. TPS 3057. Thanks for the super chat. Great channel. Love it. Bob. England. Oh, thanks so much. I appreciate that. All the way from England. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thanks for that super chat. Let's make sure I haven't missed any, and then we'll go back to, okay. All right. Dulce says, so I have a Mexican black king snake, and he eats from my hand, but I posted it on TikTok about his behavior because I thought it was cute. I got a comment saying that kind of feeding method can hurt him, and we should be careful not to anthropomorphize our animals. And I don't know if I agree or not with part of that statement. What do you think? So hand, like feeding from the hand, offering a snake, hey, here's a mouse. That's not going to hurt your snake. It could definitely hurt you because the snake could easily, get your hand instead. I've fed little tiny snakes here on camera on the live streams. I've fed Pip from my hand, just offer her a little mouse. And I use tongs for the mouse, but I have Pip in my hand. And you just risk being bit yourself, It's not the best thing to do as a rule when you feed your snake. It's better to just have them in their cage and offer them food. But it's not going to hurt your snake. And then the other thing was be careful not to anthropomorphize. Yeah, definitely be careful not to anthropomorphize your animal, but I don't know what they were referring to when they said that, because just feeding your snake from your hand is not an example of that. There was somebody made a comment. I don't know which platform it was on, but someone made a comment. They were being very nice. They were thanking me for my videos and everything, and they were telling me that they got this snake, and the snake, they were saying that the snake judges them. Like, it comes out and it flicks its tongue and it judges her, and then it flicks its tongue at her husband and it judges him. And I can't remember. I wish I had the whole comment because it went on and on and on. And everything they were saying was a great example of anthropomorphizing your snake. Like, how would you know that the snake is judging? A tongue flick is them picking up scent particles and figuring out, like, you walk up to the cage, they tongue flick because they see movement. They're trying to pick up scent particles. And they're saying that the snake is judging them somehow. So that kind of thing is anthropomorphizing your snake. But anyway, they went on with this whole long paragraph of this after this after this example of anthropomorphizing. They were like, and we learned it all from watching your channel. And I was like, no, what are you talking about? I've never said anything about that. If anything, I've said, don't anthropomorphize your snake. But I think the point that they were making was that they have a good relationship with their snake and they appreciate my channel from that. But they were making big leaps in determining what the snake was thinking and feeling based on some tongue flicks and popping out of their hide, which I thought was kind of funny. Okay. Slayer22 says, can we see Cape House snake babies? Yes, you can. I got a story, though. I'm going to be real careful when I bring these out. So the day before I left to go to North Idaho, which is where I've been for the last 5 days, the day before I left, I'm getting all of the snakes ready, and I pull out the tub. I have 2 baby house snakes, for those who don't know. I had a whole clutch, but most of the eggs did not make it. 2 snakes made it. Those snakes are named Fox and Dana, by the way. House snakes are fast, and they can be paratroopers. They will leap off of anything. And so I pulled Dana's little tub out, and I'm messing around in there, and she jumps. I have it on top of some racks. Their baby rack is on top of other racks. She leaps out of the thing. I can't grab her, and she goes in between two racks on the floor. She's tiny. You're going to see her. I'm going to show her in a minute. And I'm like, what do I even do? Like, I tried to get a hook and pull it. That's not going to happen. So I have to move all these great big racks out. I'm moving stuff, trying to, like, I don't know where the snake is. And so I got to move these big racks, hoping that I'm not crushing a snake. And I'm like, I'm going to look for the snake for 20 minutes. If I don't find it in 20 minutes, I'm never going to find it. So I look behind everything and I don't see her. I can't see her anywhere. But I have one of these racks that I have has this much space in between the floor and the rack. So I went, it's got to be under there. And I lifted it up, probably spilling everybody's water that's in that rack, lifted it up. And I was so lucky that snake was right in arm's reach where I could just quickly grab her. So I still have Dana. But what I learned is that when I pull those shoebox tubs out that they're currently living in, I used to have, you guys remember, I used to have them in deli cups. They were so small, they were living in deli cups. Well, now they're in shoebox tubs. And what I'm going to do is pull the shoebox tub out and put it in a bigger tub so that if they paratrooper out of their shoebox tub, they'll still be contained in the bigger tub. That should give me plenty of time to grab them, you know. Anyway, that was crazy. All right, I'm going to put Max back, and then we'll get one of those little house snakes. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves, as you always do. These little house snakes are being fed tonight. All right, just going to show you what I got. Big tub. This is the house snake tub. I just put it inside the big tub, and we work from there. Now I look for the house snake. There she is. Oh, she's fast. This is the boy. I always think of the albino as the girl because he's so pretty. But look at this. He's grown so much. This is still a very tiny snake, but he's grown so much. This is Fox. He is, for those wondering, he is T-positive albino, het for 100% het for blue eye, and he is some percentage of KZN red. Real cool snake. KZN red is a locality. The other things I mentioned are genes. So his dad is high percentage KZN red, maybe like 80 some percent, which would make him 40 something percent. Just means that he's going to be a little bit more red as he gets older. They get more red and they get brighter as they age. Okay, let me get to these super chats. April, thanks for the super chat. I love the baby house snake names. Way to tie it into the theme. Yeah. So my plan for those who watch the podcast is an audio podcast, but I have a video version on YouTube of Aliens Are Behind Everything and other probably true nonsense. For those who watch that podcast, there will be a house snake cage in the background that you'll see mostly blurry. Here's a podcast. You'll see mostly blurry, but it's going to house Fox and Dana for a while until I have to separate them because I don't want them breeding too early, or probably at all. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, Fox and Dana will be part of the podcast set, and I probably won't refer to them as snakes. You're probably only going to hear me refer to them as snakes on green room pythons. They'll be part of the lore somehow in on the podcast. On the podcast right now, Carol is our producer and in charge of technology, but she's terrible at technology. And Carol, as you all know who watch Green Room Pythons, is my jumping spider. She lives right up there. She's in that thing. But I haven't shown her on screen yet on the podcast. So people who are listening to the podcast but don't know Green Room Pythons very well don't know that Carol is a jumping spider. And I never will refer to her as a jumping spider on the podcast. She's just the technical producer. She's really, really bad at it. Her timing is terrible on cutting to the theme song and such. Anyway, that's the story that's what Fox and Dana are going to be up to. If you don't get the reference, you guys, Fox Mulder, Dana Scully, X-Files. Tanya, thanks for the super chat. Thanks for the house snake warning. I had a similar experience with 2 spiders this week. Oh, you had spiders housed together and you got babies? You got baby spiders? A lot of spiders happen when you have babies. That's not it's a lot of spiders to deal with. They tend to have a lot. I think in the wild, baby spiders become food for everything else. So you got to have 500 of them, right? Like a clutch of spiders is like 500. Maybe not. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but 100 or more, because most of them are going to be food, and some will survive. Vinny, thanks for the super chat. How often have you felt you'd established consistent handling trust with your ball pythons and they take a jab at you? I noticed there's some you allow by your face, etc. Personality, familiarity. Yeah, I mean, almost all of them I allow by my face, which I don't necessarily recommend. You know, like you've got to really know your snake. My snakes never take a defensive jab at me. That's not a thing. Snakes, I have some snakes, not ball pythons, that will occasionally switch into food mode. And you got to be careful about that. So Echo, I don't allow near my face unless I know for sure she's not in food mode. Maya, this black-headed python right here, I used to not allow by my face, but she doesn't really slip into food mode anymore. That's not true. She does, but I know it when she does. It's not a problem anymore. Watch, I get bit tomorrow. But yeah, it kind of depends on the species. Ball pythons, generally not something you have to worry about at all. But there are certain species that you could be holding them. Woma pythons, as a species, this is kind of common, where you're holding them and they all of a sudden decide that you're food. Same with black-headed pythons, but both of mine are pretty. Banjo never does it. Maya used to do it a lot. It doesn't do it much anymore. So it just depends on the individual. Most of my individuals are not problematic like that. Oh, we got super chats to catch up on. I'm talking too long. Alan David, thanks for the super chat. How has Kent been? Annoying, I'll say that, and not very good at his job. Very similar job review to Carol. You know, Kent is on the Green Room Python side. Carol's on the Aliens Are Behind Everything side. Neither one are good. I'm not good at hiring employees. You know, I use my family members and I use my pets, I guess. Carol being my jumping spider. Oh, Tanya, your spider escaped. Yeah. Because Carol escaped once, but she was very easy to find. You'll find that spider. I wasn't even worried when Carol escaped. I just went, oh, well, I'll find her one of these days. She'll be on the wall. They're jumping spiders. Is yours a jumping spider, Tanya? Jumping spiders are really easy to see on a white wall. and they'll be on the wall at some point. But I did find Carol just moments after I realized she was missing. She had gone 2 feet or less away and made a little cot for herself. Crisis says Carol is doing her best. She is doing her best. That's the problem. She's trying her best. Just doesn't. That's the thing with spiders, is they don't know technology very well. And it's specifically what I hired her to do, so it's my fault, I guess. Red Sonia, thanks for the super chat. I now have an army of house snakes. Beware, just saying. Yeah, I bet you do, Red Sonia. That's the thing. You buy a couple house snakes and you end up with an army. I don't want more than just the pair that I have, because multiple clutches a year. I'm going to keep some. I'll pair up some. Like, I'm going to end up with lots of house snakes. I'm trying not to. Nay, no at me. Justice for Carol. Yeah. Right? Should I ease up on Carol because she's a spider? Not expect her to learn technology, learn the buttons in the control room. We've got a whole podcast control room that she's in charge of, and she's just terrible at technology. Huss Music, thanks for the super chat. I was an audio engineer, music producer for a podcast. If you need help, feel free to reach out. Thank you. Look at this is a professional individual, not a spider. I'm guessing Huss Music is not a spider, right? Understands technology, has experience. That's the type of person I should have hired, not a spider that doesn't know technology. I appreciate that offer, Huss Music. Thanks so much. Vinny, thanks for the super chat. No spiders, but I breed. How do I say that? Cecropia moths? Am I right? Cecropia? I got to look that up. What even is it? Hang on. Cecropia moth. Oh, man. They're so cool. Come on. You guys, everybody look up Cecropia moth right now. Don't leave the podcast. Don't leave the live stream to do it, but real cool. That's awesome. I like them. That's impressive. Those are cool. Candy, thanks for the super chat. What do you got? What's your question/comment? Okay, I'm putting this one back. This is one that I'm feeding tonight. Not on camera, though. I got a lot of snakes to feed. She is getting a meal, though. Marley the leopard gecko is asking if I do lives for beer money. I don't spend money on beer. I do snakes and scotch. Some of these super chats add up to a bit of money. So I'm sure that some of that money has gone to my Scotch fund, which is a fancy way of saying beer money, I guess. Tanya, huntsman and a tarantula, but they were running around on me, and I got them both fairly quickly. One went up under my shorts. Oh my gosh, that's awful, especially if it was the huntsman. I'm glad you got him. Okay, good. Crisis averted. Glad you got him. All right. Everybody say goodbye to Fox. Okay. Here we go. By the way, I saw that somebody just said, hi, Amy. They were talking to Amy Bruner, I think. Amy Bentley could join us later. I talked to her earlier today. As per usual, she's got a bunch of stuff going on, but she's got the link. She might join later. We'll see. Okay. I'll get another snake out at some point. Oh, in fact, I got to put snakes away. We should Who else do I have? Oh, I've got. Let's get Douglas right now. I gotta start putting snakes away. Douglas. Hi, bud. Douglas has found a hide. You're okay. He's found a hide that he likes. You know, Douglas is growing. He's getting bigger. Fan favorite right here, everyone. Fan favorite alert. Douglas is growing. He's getting bigger. He's so long. How long is he? 14 feet? It feels like it sometimes because he can reach everything. But he's still not technically, like, he's not really a big enough snake that I would normally let free roam. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I do allow him to free roam, and it's because he's very trustworthy so far. He finds a spot. You know, I watch him until he finds a spot. I make sure that I know where he is. And once he curls up, man, he's there. He's real steady. He either finds a hide or more likely, he finds a potted plant. He likes to curl up in a potted plant, which is pretty cute. But he is 5 feet long, I'd say. He's freaking long, man. This is for being a snake that's the thickness of my thumb. Maybe he's thicker than my thumb at this point, but still not a very thick snake. 5 feet is long. So there we go. We love Douglas. He did not want me to pull him out of his hide that he had chosen for the day. He likes to do what he wants. Okay, where are we at? I still have Patreon questions. I think the last one was, can we see Cape house snake babies? We did that. We saw one Cape house snake baby. Kay asks, hi, Bob. Have you considered doing a video about ball python's breeding timeline from prep and pairing to laying and hatching? Sort of a what to expect when you're expecting, but for ball pythons. You know, Kay, I have people ask me about that all the time. But when I started this channel, I specifically said that it wasn't going to be a breeder channel, because when I started the channel, I was just starting my journey as a breeder. Also, like, I don't even consider myself a breeder. I'm a hobbyist breeder. Like, I don't try to do it I'm not breeding lots of snakes. I have a small handful of clutches each year. The babies only go to the Patreon supporters, you know. But because of that, I don't have a ton of experience, even though I've done it now for, I guess, 5 years. I've had, you know, there are breeders that have more clutches in 1 year than I've ever had in the 5 years that I've been breeding. And there's a lot of other content creators channels on YouTube. They're smaller channels because they're very niche. They're talking about breeding ball pythons, and that's super niche. But they give really good information, and I feel like they're more qualified to do that than I am. So that's why I haven't done those videos. I do, you know, occasionally I do like morph videos and stuff like that, but I'm not doing the how to breed, because that's already being covered, and those people have more experience than I do. You know, I feel like I have, I'm more confident in talking about behavior and care and going out in the sticks and finding snakes in the wild and stuff like that, you know, that kind of content. Okay, Pete and Mabel say, not a question. Ruby, my corn snake, her second hatchiversary is tomorrow. She is the best. Can you give her a shout out? Yes, of course. Ruby the corn snake, happy second hatch day. That, I'm guessing Ruby the corn snake doesn't know English yet because she's only 2. But you can maybe save this video and play it for her on her 4th or 5th hatch day. By that point, I think they know English. So they pretend not to, but they do. H&K Creations says, we recently started trying to switch from feeding in a different tub to feeding in her cage. Unfortunately, since starting, she gets keyed up every time we come to the door. It takes several taps to get her to snap out of it. Any advice? Yeah, you're doing the right thing. You just snap them out of it. That's the whole thing with feeding in their cage. If they think that you are feeding them, coming to the door to feed, you just tap train. You know, I don't know if you're tapping on the glass and it snaps them out of it. My guess is you're tapping with something, hook training. That's what hook training is just you touch them with a hook that lets them know that something else is happening and it's not food related. So you're doing the right thing. Yeah, it's always better to feed them in their own cage. Also, I was wondering if you would tell my husband, Howard, to let me get another snake. Howard, why are you saying no to another snake? You just have the one or two or three, however, you just have the however many snakes you have. Do you feel like you're overrun with snakes at this point? Of course not. Let Kalanya get another snake. Okay. Hopefully that worked. Hey, why do I hear whistling from your nose, Douglas? Hang on. Let me see if I can see substrate in his nostril. Come here. Let me look at your nostril. Look at how long this freaking snake is, man. He's just everywhere. He grabs he's just everywhere. Let me look at your nose. Can I see your nose? Let me see. Don't move your head. Let me look at your nose. See if you can hear him breathing. Breathe. Breathe. You're right in the mic. Breathe. There it is. Did you hear that? Could you hear that? I want to know if you guys could hear that. Sometimes people think this is a sign of respiratory infection. And if you don't know, it's always good to take your snake to the vet. But, oh, you could hear it. That's cool. Thanks, sweet. But this is pretty common that a snake would get substrate or anything stuck in their nostril. And when they breathe in, they whistle. That's different than the wheezing, clicking sound of a respiratory infection. So, but it does freak people out sometimes. So Douglas often has whistling, and the retics often have whistling in their nostril because they've got something, usually substrate, stuck in there. Good question, because I don't think I've mentioned it. Douglas is a scrub python. Douglas is a southern scrub python or an amethystine python. I always forget to say what these snakes are, and I realize that most people don't know. It's a lot of people who follow the channel a lot, and they know all my snakes, but most people don't know snake to snake. So this is a scrub python. He's 2 years old now, which is crazy. And Douglas will be my longest snake. He won't be my biggest snake, but he'll definitely be the longest. He might be 10 plus feet. He could be 10 to 13 feet, something like that eventually. But skinny, a skinny 10 to 13 feet, you know. So I think my guess is that Stella might end up being my biggest snake in the room. Once they're all, let's say they're all like 10 years old, 10, 12, 14 years old, something like that. I think Stella will be the biggest snake. Douglas will be the longest. Hey, bud, don't get tangled in the mic. Okay. Have I missed any super chats? I don't think so. No, we're caught up on those. Let's get back to Cindy says, will you be at Tinley in October? You know what, Cindy? I was planning to hopefully come to Tinley in October. I would love to, but that is, I think, the same weekend as the Horde of Keepers Arizona herping trip, which is going to be super epic. We're all very excited about it. It's going to be a lot of people. There's going to be like 15, 20 people. We're going herping with some friends, one of them being Brian at Rattlesnake Solutions. If you follow that social media page, if you don't follow it, I recommend that you do. Rattlesnake Solutions is great. They do rattlesnake relocation in Arizona, Phoenix and Tucson, but they film it really well. They're really good at, like, he gives his employees a camera and they all understand how to shoot the thing. Like, they know how to do it. It's filmed like a TV show almost. And they give great information on rattlesnakes. So Brian is the owner of Rattlesnake Solutions. He conducts surveys of rattlesnakes in the area. He does all kinds of cool stuff, rattlesnake. And the Horde of Keepers and I are going herping with him. It's going to be great. Hang on. I just saw a super chat. Where'd it go? Three Void, thanks for the super chat. The girlfriend and I decided on a name for our new female carpet python. Oh, can't decide on a name for female carpet python. Help us out, chat. Yeah, help them out. So, you guys, that was a great example. That was an easy sentence to read, but because I'm reading fast and not really looking at every word, I said, the girlfriend and I decided on a name, which is the opposite of what they're trying to say. So anyway, name for female carpet python. Ready, go, chat. Let's see. Sweet D, thanks for the super chat. Let me know if you have a question or comment to go with that. I like this, Azara. Shangatha. I like it. It's good. Aurelia. I like that. Mary Poppins. Hey, why are you lowering my mic? Douglas. So many good ones in here, you guys. I kind of like Marcus just because it's a female. That makes me laugh. Hey, pal. You are not on an adventure right now, bud. We're putting you back. We're putting you back. You're just hanging out with me until we put you back. Okay. But do you see how, like, this is almost a problem right now? He's not even big. He's just 2 years old. And he's already almost a problem. Can you imagine if I was handling a snake that was twice this size, like just trying to sit at my desk and handle a 10-foot long? This just won't happen. You know? Ugh, oh my gosh. Can you just wrap on my hand? Let's see if you can just, let's see if we can just do one hand for you. Will that work? Look at that. There we go. Just one hand. Okay. That'll work for a minute. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, so the Tinley in October probably is not going to happen because I think it's that same weekend, even though I really want to. Like, I was planning on it, but I got to do that Patreon trip. That Patreon trip takes precedent over everything else. And that is, I think the reason, I think it was Tanya's suggestion. And if it was somebody else, I apologize, but I think it was Tanya who suggested we do it the weekend of the 10th because that's a 3-day weekend for a lot of people. And I think that's the same weekend as Tinley. Sweet D, thanks for the super chat. I'm so freaking excited about the trip in October. You are my snake's uncle. That's awesome. That's great. Wait, how does that work that I'm your snake's uncle? Is it just because you watch the channel? Or let's see, No, none of my offspring. I would be a grandfather if any of my offspring produced offspring. I was trying to figure out if you literally meant that based on my snake's lineages. That's cool. I'm glad that you're attending that trip. We're excited about that one. It's gonna be good. I gotta find a good Airbnb for us to all stay in. That's gonna be the challenge. We're gonna talk about that on Patreon. There will be talks about that on Patreon soon. Tiff, thanks for the super chat. Let me know if you have a question or comment to go with that. Okay. Look at this. Douglas. Okay. Douglas's tail is on my knee. I'm picking it up from my knee. His tail's on my knee. His head is right there. He can be in so many places at once. That's the problem with the scrub python. They can be, as a young snake, they can be in so many places at once. Dev, thanks for the super chat. Will you be going to the Daytona show this year? Probably not, but maybe. When is it? When is Daytona? Somebody's probably already put it in the chat. I'm looking it up. Nobody's put it in the chat yet. NARBC Daytona. Oh, August 15th and 16th. No, I will not. I would love to. I would love to be at Daytona. Daytona I will attend at some point, probably next year. If I can swing it, it'll be a next year thing. Look at this guy. Look at this handsome guy. Look at this handsome guy. He's gonna have a big, thick face. Look at these heat pits on the side of his face. Hold your face. Hold on. Hold your face still. Look at those heat pits. Isn't that crazy? All right. Like most snakes, he doesn't like his head to be restrained. All right, we're going to put him back. I kind of don't want to, but also it's a better experience for me if I'm not messing with Douglas, because he is high shenanigans. Like, just getting him off my hat is ridiculous. Here. There we go. So you can only see what's going on. All right, dude. Go, go, go. This will just take a moment. So much snake there. All right. We did it. Okay, Douglas is back. Now all we have, I think, is Handsome Dan and Stella to put away. And we should do that shortly. Let me answer at least one more. Suzanne asks, best practices for transitioning from live feeders to frozen thawed. My 7-month-old ball python arrived last week and will have his first feeding here this week. He had been on live rat pups at the breeder, and I'd like to get him on frozen thawed as soon as possible. Okay, great. But there's an update. The next day, update, it was a non-issue. He ate a frozen thawed rat pup last night with no problems at all. Yeah, that's the thing. Most ball pythons, especially babies, it's not going to be a problem. Now, what I would have suggested is to feed your snake a live meal the first feeding or two. Feed them live what they're used to eating, and then try frozen thawed. That's being careful. That's just establishing, hey, the food that you're used to comes to this cage also, and then once you've established that, you try the frozen thawed. But with many snakes, just offering a frozen thawed meal, they're just like, that smells like what I eat, so I'm going to eat that, you know. Glad that wasn't a problem, Suzanne. That's great. H. Beavers says, hey, Bob, brand new ball python owner, and I'm struggling with maintaining temperature without my humidity going really high. I live in Tennessee, where the outside humidity during the summer is usually above 90%. My inside humidity in my home stays at 50%. The snake that I'm adopting had some stuck shed problems and is doing fantastic in a 60% humidity, bumping up to 80% during shed, with a 78 cool side, 88 to 90 warm side. I'm trying my best to maintain. I'm using ReptiChip. Great. It sounds like you're doing great. I don't know that you need help with that. You're using ReptiChip, which is, you just mix water in, I'm assuming, when you need to, but those percentages are all great. You know, I always tell people it never matters. You know, people always say, oh, I can't maintain because of where I live, but whatever's happening outside your house isn't necessarily what's happening inside your house. So when it's 90% humidity outside in Tennessee, but the inside of your home stays at 50%, that's your baseline, is 50% humidity. So it sounds like you're at between 60 and 80%, which is exactly where you should be. That's great. One more critical piece of information. The reason I'm keeping her parameters so tight humidity-wise is because she has a past, but not recent past, of scale rot. So any help? Okay, so it sounds like you're doing great. I'm going to get to these super chats in a second. Sounds like you're doing great. Scale rot. This is important to remember. Everybody worries about scale rot. We're going to talk about this with somebody else too. There's someone else that asks about scale rot. Scale rot is not as common as people think. And I always see, you know, what is common is people will find something on a ball python scale. It'll be like a little brown speck on a scale, or something that's a little abnormal, and they'll go on Facebook or Reddit or whatever and go, what do you think this is? And everybody goes, it might be scale rot. Check scale rot. It's not scale rot. Almost never is it scale rot. Scale rot happens because of bacteria. It happens in a very wet environment when it's too humid, but it's not the air humidity. It's that the snake is sitting on wet substrate, not moist substrate, but I mean soaking wet. You squeeze it with your hand and it drips substrate, and the cage is dirty. That breeds the bacteria that creates scale rot. So it's not as common as people think. They just hear it a lot because people see a scale abnormality and shout out scale rot online. It's not scale rot. I'm just saying that because it's important that people know it's not as common as you think. You have to be keeping your ball python dirty and wrong to get scale rot. I'll say this, knock on wood, none of my snakes have ever had scale rot. It's not that common. You've got to be keeping them in a very wet substrate and also dirty. So, anyway, H Beavers, it sounds like you're doing great. Keep it up. That is the only advice I can offer, is keep it up. Oh, we had super chats. Hang on, let me get to these. Hang on, let me just make sure that I'm caught up. Okay. Crisis, thanks for the super chat. I love that your bell house snake is named Asta. My bell ball python is Astra. One letter off. Nice. My house snakes are Asta and Harry from the TV show Resident Alien. And if you don't know that show, you guys go right after this live stream and watch Resident Alien. It is so funny and I love it. It's great. Dr. Harry Vanderspiegel is the main character, and Asta is his best friend, who should have been a love interest, but they never did that on the show. And Harry, my male, looks like an alien because he has giant eyes, so that's why I named him after Dr. Harry Vanderspiegel, because he is an alien. All right. We're moving on to, I think, Irish whiskey in a moment. Let me see where I'm at. Benny, thanks for the super chat. To my 9-month-old Brettles, urate has a very strong smell. Is this normal for the breed species? We'll say species, age. Does it get better over time? Is it okay to keep him on paper, or should I use substrate? Substrate will lessen the smell. You know, if you have him on paper as a quarantine, that's one thing. But if he's out of quarantine, put him on chip, and there will be less smell to the urate. Just it's individual. It's not even species specific or age specific. It's just certain snakes smell worse than others. I mean, it is, I shouldn't say that. It is definitely species specific, but also individual Brettles pythons, just like individual ball pythons, some are going to smell worse than others at different times. Probably has to do with what they ate or just what's happening in their body sometimes, you know. But definitely getting them off paper and onto substrate will help with that. Okay. Riley says, snakes have been my favorite animal since as long as I can remember, but my mother would never let me, would have never allowed me to have one. Now I'm a new adult, so I'm guessing 18, 19, 20 years old, something like that. And I recently realized I could own my own snake now if I wanted to. The problem is my sister, who I live with, refuses any more pets. They have 3 cats already. How do I convince her, or do I just get one anyway and wait for her to realize? Riley, listen to me carefully. Don't get a snake. It is not your time. Don't get a snake. You can work on convincing your sister, you know, figure out what her reasons are that she doesn't want you to have a snake and try to overcome those. But that being said, don't get it. Don't do that thing where you sneak a snake in. That never ends well. You have plenty of time in your life to get a snake. You're not going to always live with your sister. You'll eventually have your own place. And yeah, don't do the sneaking in a snake. Don't do that. But, you know, you could figure out what her actual reasons are, you know, and maybe talk to her about snakes, bring her to a reptile show, maybe something like that. Otherwise, just wait till you got your own place, you know. Liz says, what's the best way to secure the lid on newer Exoterra enclosures? I have 2 young Cape house snakes currently in quarantine, but we'll be moving them to a medium-low Exoterra in a couple more weeks. The tops do not seem very secure compared to older models. You know, I don't use Exoterra, so I don't know. I do have one Exoterra that I used to use. It's not in use now, but it would be the older one. Oh, Stella's out. Let me get Stella, and then we're going to talk about those. I just heard a thing in the room. Something just fell. Hey, what happened here? What happened here, Mama? Well, here's the box that she was in. And she fell. She dragged the box down. That's okay. Okay, we're going to put her box up here. And we'll hang on to her for a little bit. Let her keep this shoebox for a while. Hi. How's this, Mama, huh? Can we spend a minute together before we put you back? Okay, everyone, say hi to Stella. Come here. Let me see you for a second. Wait, let me see you. You crazy. All right. Okay, this is going to be worse than Douglas, but we'll try it for a little bit. Okay, so we were talking about the Exoterras. Weird, because the Exoterras that I know have the little half moon flip things that lock the top. But if their tops are not that secure, you definitely want a secure top for house snakes. They are escape artists. If there's a way for them to escape, they will find it. So somebody put either in the chat or put it in the comments if you're watching this later, if you have experience with the new Exoterra tops, because I don't know. Let me make sure that I'm caught up here. Looks like I am. Okay. By the way, she sits in a box that's sitting on top of a shelf, and when she occasionally drags that box down, she starts to crawl out of it, and she'll pull the whole box down and fall. And she always falls into my laundry basket, which is a nice soft landing for her. You know what I should do though? I should use museum putty on the shoebox. You know, those shoeboxes don't last forever, but they last a while. You know, I ought to just museum putty that shoebox down so she doesn't drag it off her thing. Okay. Here we go. Nano has a few questions. We all know ball pythons sometimes do poop strikes, but after how long should you be worried depending on age and size? Oh, we talked about this a little bit before. Got a scare recently and was wondering about it for some time. Also, should you stop feeding if you suspect impaction? So they don't go on poop strikes. That's not a thing. It's just that ball pythons have very slow metabolism, so they don't poop very often. It's not a poop strike. It's just they don't poop like mammals do. It's not a time. It's not like if they don't go for 3 or 4 weeks, you start to worry. That's not it. It's that if you've noticed that your snake, that you haven't seen poop for a really long time, look at the back end of your snake. If it looks thick, if it looks like they have to go, but they haven't gone, like it looks like they're ready to go, but then tomorrow it still looks like they're ready to go, and the next day it still looks like they're ready to go, that could be an impacted snake that you should take to the vet. If their back end is real thick for a while. Because usually if it's real thick, that means a poop is imminent. It's going to happen that day, maybe that hour. If it's, and impaction is not super common, but it does happen. You know, Lucille, my ball python, my adult pied ball python, Lucille, had a bit of a backup recently that I had to fix. But definitely take the snake to a vet. That is my advice. I know how to handle an impaction, but I don't recommend it. Hey, where do you think you're going? Huh? Where do you think you're headed? Sneaky. Okay, bye. Okay, so that's that. Sausage butt is what we call that. That's what you look for. If they have sausage butt, but they're not pooping, that could be impaction. Okay, question number 2 is another one a little more me specific. Every time I feed Selkie, she is dead set on grabbing the rat by the front paw, no matter how I try to angle it, and then trying to eat it sideways like a baguette. This one is really long. I had to shorten it, but basically she's saying she has to reoffer the snake grabs it by the middle and then gives up on trying to find the head, and she has to reoffer. And she's asking any advice. She also wants to know if lighting has to do with it. No, that's just that's what snakes do, especially young snakes will do that. It's you know, the way they grab it is gonna, you'll find that it'll eventually be different. Maybe the snake is grabbing it in the same spot right now, but that'll change. They have to learn how to find that head, and sometimes they get tired of doing it, and they'll stop and move, and then you just reheat it and reoffer. Not a big deal. It's just part of growing up and learning how to eat food, you know, as snakes. Not a big deal. Lighting does not have to do with it. It's just them learning how to eat. I have some young snakes that I have to offer 3-4 times. I have to re-warm it up because they'll strike, wrap, and then 10 minutes later I'll look in there and they've left it, you know. Okay, question number 3. How do you differentiate scale rot? And okay, so there's another scale rot thing, and just dirt under the scales. Similar question with mouth rot. What would be the telltale signs that you should start considering these issues, not just a little dirt? Yeah, it's dirt. Just know that it's probably dirt. Mouth rot comes with swelling of the lips if they actually have mouth rot, but this is a bacteria problem, and if you're keeping your snakes clean, they're probably not going to get scale rot. If you're keeping them clean and you don't have them on dripping wet substrate, it's probably not scale rot. It's just dirt. Again, it's not as common as people think. We read it all the time on these Facebook groups and stuff because people love to type it as, oh, it might be scale rot. It's probably not. But mouth rot is the same as scale rot basically, but it's of the mouth, and it does cause swelling of the lips. So it's usually just a bit of dirt, you know. For a ball python that enjoys digging, what substrate would you recommend? Bioactive is great for a digging snake. They can pack it, they can make their little tunnel, and the tunnel will stay. It's great. I would do some bioactive substrate. Hey, where'd you go? Come here. We gotta put you back. We gotta put you back, lady. All right. Stella's going away. She gets to keep her shoebox, though, which she'll be happy about. And then all we have is Handsome Dan. He's in a hide that's not the easiest one to get to, but we'll do it. Okay. All right, I think we have a couple super chats. Let me scroll up to make sure I haven't missed any. Okay. Vinny, thanks for the super chat. Any experience with Wilbanks? Yeah, no, I've never bought from Wilbanks before, but I know that they're one of the largest breeders / sellers of ball pythons, and they also sell equipment. They have Wilbanks branded, I think, racks and cages and incubators. I couldn't think of the word incubator, stuff like that. But yeah, they're good. They're big. They're big. One of the big ones. Katie, thanks for the super chat. Good to see you. Just saying hi to show my support. Are you planning October 10ly? No, because of the October Patreon trip where I'm not doing October 10ly. But thanks for saying hi and showing support. I'm glad you're here, Katie. All right, Katie, are you coming to Arizona for that herping trip? That's what I want to know. I was saying earlier that I think it's the same weekend as Tenley. Okay. Michael says, we just got our first ball python, Carl, that's a great name, on Tuesday. He's about 3 months old, and the breeder that we bought him from fed him last on July 14th. Okay. We were planning to do our first feeding on Sunday, but that would make 12 days without food. Is it okay, or should we feed earlier? Yeah, this is another thing that new keepers always worry about. Like, what day are they used to eating? We got to get them fed on that day. What if he's not fed on that day? not something you have to worry about. It's healthy for them to skip a meal even. So doesn't really matter when the snake normally eats with the breeder. You put them on your own schedule. If they haven't eaten for a week and then you get them, you can still wait a week to feed them. It's good for their system to take a little break. So I don't know. I'm guessing that when you ask this, this is probably a moot point at this point, but or maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, you can always wait. Holding off is totally fine with these snakes. If you got a snake that was clearly underfed and small for its age, and the breeder was feeding him just enough to keep him alive, we call it maintenance feeding, then it's probably more important to feed that snake earlier than later. It's not the snake wouldn't die if you waited, but it's more important to get food into them. But for a normal sized snake that's been fed normally, totally fine to wait. Bearded Bullets, thanks for the super chat. What are your recommendations for tong and hook sizes or brands specifically for super dwarfs? I don't know brands, but super dwarfs have such a huge range and they grow. They start off small, so you'd use a smaller hook. I often just grab this one. This one is doesn't have a brand on it, but I often just grab this one. But this one I like better, especially for Dave, because he's my biggest super dwarf. So I use this one for him. This is one that I got for herping, but I never use it for herping because I use my stump ripper. So this is just like an extra hook. And this is a good size for an adult super dwarf. But super dwarfs and dwarfs also get much bigger than this. So you might need a bigger hook, So it just depends on... my chair keeps slipping down. It just depends on how big your snake happens to be. I could not name a brand of hook maker, so I can't even name a brand, so I don't have any that I can suggest. I just get them. It shows. I've gotten some online, but I don't remember what they are. Okay. Azara is asking on Patreon, not on the chat, but Azara's in the chat right now. What is a whiskey you've always wanted to try? The Octomore. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to buy me a very expensive bottle of whiskey so I could try it, the Octomore is what you're looking for a Christmas gift for me. It's very expensive. It's probably the heaviest peated Scotch out there. I've never tried it. I really want to. It's by Brunlotic, which I don't even have any Brunlotic. I usually have something from the Brunlotic distillery. The Classic Laddie is one that I have consumed on the podcast before. That's a nice Scotch, but they also make the Octomore, which is special. That's a different thing. All right, I'm putting this one back, and I'm grabbing an Irish real quick. Hold on. One moment. What snake do you want to see? Put it in the chat. You know what? Let's just go for broke on this. Let's just open a bottle of Green Spot. You guys, as quality Irish whiskeys go, this is the stuff right here. It's one. I have two favorite Irish whiskeys, Green Spot and Redbreast. I'm happy to be opening a bottle of Green Spot right now because I haven't had one for a while. It's been a while. Yes, Maramuse. The answer is yes. Thanks for the super chat. They can. They will sneeze if they have something in their nose or if they have something that makes them sneeze. And it's a little surprising. It's a good question. Let's see, scrolling up to Lucas. Thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob, I hatched my first set of twin ball pythons that came from the smallest egg. Oh, my gosh. And maybe are 20 grams each. Any recommendations on feeding such a small ball python? Just wondering opinions. Wow, that's amazing. Congrats on that. I've never hatched twins before. That's really cool. So you guys were talking about two snakes that came out of one egg, and the egg was the smallest in the clutch. That is crazy. So these babies are 20 grams. Normally, a ball python hatches out at 60 to 70 grams. So these are way smaller. So I would say that you need to start off on, hang on, maybe pinky mice. I'm looking at the sizes. Yeah, I mean, you could start off on, you could even start off on a large pinky mouse. Those are 2.5. I'm looking at Lane Labs. So Lane Labs has large pinky mice, 2.5 to 3.5 grams. That would be an appropriate size to start off. A fuzzy is 3.5 to 5 grams. Yeah, I'd say a large pinky mouse is what you're looking at to start those snakes. Crazy. Keep us posted on how those little babies do. Vinny is asking for the Green Room Pythons Discord. Yes, we do. Will someone put the link in the chat? Is there someone that can just grab the Discord link and put it in the chat for Vinny and anyone else who wants to join? We would be happy to have you over there. It's a great group of people. They are real nice. And if they're not, we kick them. We've only kicked three people now in the history of the Discord, which I'm pretty proud of because we've had it up for a number of years. We had to kick someone a long time ago, and then recently we had to kick 2 people who were being a little crazy. But it's the only ones, as far as I know. It's a really nice group. Like it's people that are super helpful, and they have a good time over there. Okay, where are we at on this? Oh, we're at trying my new green spot. It's just lovely. I highly recommend it. If you like whiskey at all, even if you don't know Irish whiskey, it's a little more expensive than like a Teeling or something like that. Definitely more expensive than Jameson, which is the like cheap Irish whiskey, but it's worth it. It's so tasty. Love it. Okay. Here we go. Back to the thing. By the way, I'm just going to say this again because there's still a lot of people in, and I just want you to know that I am not reading the chat. I'll read if somebody super chats, I'll be alerted and I'll read that. But otherwise, what I'm reading is Patreon questions that have been submitted prior. So tomorrow I'll read the chat, but I won't be able to respond. If you have something that you want me to see right now or respond to right now, super chat it. Otherwise, just ask your question in the chat, look at the chat, and wait for someone else to answer it, because we have a lot of experienced snake keepers who can answer your questions. So I don't want you to feel like you have to pay for a super chat to get your question answered, because we got all kinds of helpful people that are also in the Discord that can answer questions, which is why the Discord is such a good thing. Back to Chang, it's lovely to see you in here. By the way, did someone, hang on, before I click on Back to Chang, did somebody post the link to the Discord? I'm looking. Nobody has yet. If that doesn't happen, I'll look it up. I just didn't want to take the time to do that, but I will. Back to Chang. Olaf and Josephine want to know the breed of the biggest python and how big they can grow? Olive and Josephine, that is a fantastic question. You guys, these are Back to Chang's two girls. They are wonderful young ladies who always ask great questions. And man, the biggest python is real big. And when we say breed actually refers to like a dog or a cat or a horse, usually a mammal, but with snakes, we say species. So what you're asking is for the species of the biggest python, and that would be a reticulated python. That's the biggest. And Stella and Echo, you guys probably know them. Stella's right up there right now. They're reticulated pythons, but they're dwarf, which means they're very small compared to a reticulated python. So a reticulated python can get, let's do it this way. I don't know where you're sitting, but my guess is that you can probably look at the far wall of the room that you're sitting in and then look all the way down the hall. If you can see a hallway from where you're at, imagine a snake that's that long. That's about how long they can get. And they get about this fat. And they can get 300 pounds or more. That's big. It's a big snake. Is that a good way to describe that, you guys? Tell me in the chat. Did I describe that well? For younger children, like look at your far wall, then look all the way down the hallway. It's probably about as long as they get. It's a great question. Azara, thanks for the super chat. Dear folks, don't forget to hit the like. Yeah, that's nice to do. Thanks for that reminder. It's nice to hit the like button because then YouTube will show it to more people. Oh, YouTube won't let us put the Discord link in the chat. Oh, okay. You know what? I forgot about this. Go into the description of this video. The Discord link is in the description of the video. And I know it is because I put I loaded up everything that's in all the videos on this one. I remember doing it earlier today. So the Discord link is in there. That's where you can find it. Thanks, Jim, for alerting me to that. YouTube doesn't want you going somewhere else other than YouTube. I get it. I think breed actually works in this case. Breed does work because we all know what we're talking about. It's the same as saying poison versus venom. Like, it's a technicality. If somebody says the snake is poisonous, we all know what you're talking about. But venom is the delivery system, and so venom is the way to do it. But breed, the term breed is specifically for domesticated mammals. We say breed because we don't say breed with birds, right? I think it's only domesticated mammals that we use the term breed for. But snakes are definitely species, and then if we're focusing on one species but a differentiation in species, we say locality or morph. So there's a difference in species based on where they're from, their locality of the same species, and then based on morph, which would be usually the visual appearance of that species. But yes, we all know if somebody says breed, we all know what they're talking about. And we're nitpicking nomenclature. We're nitpicking nomenclature. Crisis Corpse. I tried posting the Discord link, but it's not coming up as a link people can click. Thanks for trying, Crisis, and thanks for the super chat. I appreciate you trying. But you guys, if you look in the description of this video, it should be there, and hopefully it's a good link. I think it is. Back to Jeng. Olive 6 is insisting that she tell you that she is insisting that she tell you that she now that she has her third wiggly tooth. Oh my gosh, Olive, you have your third wiggly tooth, and the tooth fairy definitely needs to visit the bank soon. So you've already lost 2 teeth, which means you're a pro at losing teeth. Amazing. And now you've got another wiggly one. I bet you're going to lose that tooth in 2 days. Unless it's been wiggly for a while. But if you're just noticing it, I bet you got 2 days on that tooth. That's my guess. Thanks for telling me, Olive. I like to get dental updates, especially with the children that are losing teeth. You know, we want to make sure the Tooth Fairy is on it. And you know what? The thing is, the Tooth Fairy doesn't need to go to the bank, because the Tooth Fairy is a magical fairy, and they just conjure up cash for teeth. Why do they want your teeth? That's what I want to know. What is the Tooth Fairy doing with your teeth? That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not going to. Maybe on the podcast, maybe we'll get into that. What is the Tooth Fairy doing with your teeth? We're not going to get into that here, especially with children watching, because I don't think it can't be a good thing, right? I mean, they're paying the kids, which is good, but anyway, here we go. Onward, you guys. Oh, you know what we're going to do right now before I answer another question? We're going to get Handsome Dan. And I'm going to let you guys in on this. Look, I haven't seen Handsome Dan in hours, but I think I'm pretty good at knowing where he is at all times. And he is going to be behind this. He's going to be behind this right here. There he is. Look at that. Do I know my snake or what? So this is a crazy spot for him. I'm going to use a hook because I never can tell just with him sitting there if he's in food mode or not. And I don't know if he's going to strike. So let's see. Okay. So he's good. We'll get him back in there a little bit. You're okay, bud. He's just grabbing everything. Just grabbing everything. All right, Handsome Dan, everyone. Let's just spend a moment with Handsome Dan before we put him back. It's a good spot for him, that particular hide, because it's right over Maya's heat panel. So it's kind of warm. He's now grabbing everything with his tail. Oh my gosh, dude, come on. Sorry, I'll be with you in a moment. I just have to focus on this snake's tail for a minute. Got it. Okay. Everyone loves Handsome Dan. He's problematic snake. The mascot of Green Room Pythons, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Great. So we got this guy. He's doing good. He's going to be fed tonight. We don't ever feed Handsome Dan on camera. He's a every 3-week eater. And it's his, actually tomorrow's his day to eat, but we're bumping it up so that we can do it on camera. He's getting a rat. He usually gets a quail, but we're giving him a small rat this time. We'll let him do what he wants for a moment. He likes to get on the back of the chair. Okay. Nebula Exotics says, how can I get on the list to get one of Tiger Lily's offspring? Tiger Lily sitting on eggs right now, as we talked about earlier. She's got a pile of eggs. Nebula Exotics, there's no, I don't do a list. I don't do a waiting list. What I do is, you know, all my snakes go to Patreon supporters. So because you're on Patreon, you'll get the announcement. But you'll get updates as I'm raising these babies. Usually about 30 to 60 days after they hatch, they'll be available. And I make an announcement the day before. I'll say tomorrow at 8 a.m. I'm making this clutch available. That way people that definitely want a baby from that clutch will be sitting at their computer, hopefully at 8 a.m. And so what happens is sometimes the snakes go immediately and sometimes they don't. So we just never know. Like, I just don't know if you need to grab a snake right away, but assume they're going to go fast. So just be there when I make them available. And what I do is I post a picture of every snake. Like, you'll have seen them already on Patreon, but I'll post a picture of every snake, what their morph is, what the price is, and all that. And then you'll just message me and say, I want that snake, and you'll put a deposit down, and that's how it happens. And like I said, sometimes they go real fast, and sometimes it'll take a few days before the entire clutch is sold, you know. So that's how it goes. But what I found is that when I used to do a waiting list, people that thought that, you know, it's easier for someone to go, oh, that snake will be ready in 2 months. I want one. I want to be on the waiting list. Well, I end up emailing 10 people for every one person who actually is ready to buy a snake. So waiting list just doesn't work. You know, it's just not an efficient way to do it. So I just put them up when they're ready to go. Okay. We'll see if Handsome Dan will relax here. And Peaches says, hi, Bob. Thank you again for Kiva. She's amazing and so active and inquisitive. That's a snake from me. I can't remember which clutch Kiva is from. So I normally go to expos when I get different exotic pets. I've never had smell issues. However, the last 2 years, I've had about 5 shipped to me. So 5 snakes, I'm assuming, not counting the animals that have pooped in their bag. I've had 2 with a bad smell when I open the box with no poop. The animals are still in quarantine with no smell now. Should I be extra cautious and extend my normal 60 to 90 day quarantine? You know, if you feel like it, if you feel like you need to, I would say if I open a box, like if I almost always buy snakes from breeders that I know, like I know their facilities. But if I bought from someone that I didn't know very well, and I opened the box and it smelled really bad and the snake hadn't pooped or peed, that means that's what their place smells like. And the stuff that they have, like their shipping stuff, just smells like that because their place smells like that. I'd be a little concerned. But the snake is still probably fine, you know, or the snakes are still probably fine. And yeah, 60 to 90 days, you know, at that point, at the 90-day point, you can decide whether you want to keep them in quarantine or not, you know. There's usually no rush to bring a snake out of quarantine. So I say be as cautious as you feel like you need to be, you know. But yeah, a smell, I always say snakes don't smell if you keep them clean. You know, if you walk into my house, it doesn't smell like animals in here because I keep the cages clean. There's not a smell. You know, snakes don't have sweat glands. They don't smell like mammals do. They don't smell like if I had one hamster, it would smell worse in here. that would smell, you know, you would know if I had a hamster. But there's no smell of animal in here because I keep the cages clean. If I walk by and I can smell something, that means that someone pooped somewhere and I stop and find it and clean it, right? So for breeders that don't do that or can't do that and their place just smells, you're going to get packing material that smells. And that's unfortunate. Back to Chang. Thanks for the super chat. Last thing from the girls. Doesn't have to be back to Chang. I like your $10 super chats. So the girls can say as much as they want. They want to tell you that they saw a garter snake in the front yard. Very exciting. Oh my gosh, girls, that's so exciting. Garter snakes are the best because they're harmless and they're fun to see, and they cruise around and they always have friends. Garter snakes are one of the only snakes that has a whole bunch of friends. They all live together, and that's kind of fun. Most snakes don't have friends. Most snakes are kind of loners. And so that's a cool thing about garter snakes. That's fun that you saw one. That's great. There's probably a bunch of them around there, because where there's one garter snake, their friends are somewhere around there too. So you'll probably see more. That's really cool. Oh, Peaches, that's right. Kiva is the Powerball Super Asphalt. Right. Totally forgot. I wish I could remember all this off the top of my head, like who I send snakes to and whatever. I usually know, like, if I see your name come up, I know that you have a snake from me. I just can't put together which one it was or which clutch it came from. Right. That one was fairly recent, though. Amy, you've got a colony of 7 garters. Is that like a wild colony, you mean, at your house? Or do you keep them? So fun to watch. Their feeding frenzies are hilarious. I bet you're keeping them. That's really cool. Okay. Where am I on this? Wait a second. I feel like... Oh, this is the same type of question. I thought I had already answered this, but it's the same type of question. This is from Tiffany. Hi, Bob. My ball python baby is now 4 months old, gets weekly meals on Sundays. I'm leaving for the DR soon on Thursday. Would you recommend feeding him again on the Thursday I leave, since I'll be back in 5 days? I have a friend staying with him, and I don't trust her to feed him properly. Thanks in advance. No, just wait. Just wait. Give that snake a few extra days off. It's always good for their digestive system to shut down for a little bit. You know, give it a break, especially a snake that's weekly feeding. If I'm feeding a snake weekly, like I'm raising a baby, I'm going to give them about every 2 months. I'm going to give them a week off, or I'll do 2 weeks between feedings. Because they still, even, you know, babies have a faster metabolism. If we're talking about ball pythons, babies have a faster metabolism as compared to the adults. That's why we feed them weekly, but it still takes them about a week to digest. So once they've spent that week digesting, and it might take 10 days. So it's almost like their digestive system never gets a break. It's always working. So it's good to just give them a little break. And taking a trip is a good time to give them a break, you know. A number of the snakes that I'm feeding tonight, whether I'm feeding them on camera or off camera, I'm feeding a lot of snakes tonight. Many of them had a break when I was gone for 5 days. You know, maybe they were supposed to eat the day I left or something like that, and I'm just extending their time out a bit. Not all of them, but some. Let's see. Okay, Barbara says, hi, Bob. I'm hoping to get a carpet python. I'm in the process of upgrading some tanks. I have a 4x4 by 2 foot PVC tank to build. Okay, so I'm guessing this is not, I might be wrong here, but 4x4 by 2 foot would mean it's 4 foot wide by 4 foot long by 2 foot high. I don't think that's the case, though. I think it's a 4x2 by 4. I think it's 4 foot tall is what we're talking about. Just because of the rest of the question is why I'm guessing that. So we're talking about a 4 foot tall PVC enclosure. My question is, should I use it for my Hog Island boa or my carpet python? Which one would benefit the most from the extra height? I'm thinking the carpet python, but would value your input. Thanks so much. Yeah, if it's 4 foot high, both of those snakes would benefit from that. They're both going to use that height, but your carpet python is probably going to use it more than your Hog Island boa. The boa definitely will get up there, but they're not going to be as active as a carpet python. So I'd give it to your carpet python. And then the next question is, what are your thoughts on the soon-to-be-released documentary Monsters of God? We all know that it's going to be very controversial, but how do you think it will affect the reptile hobby? Will it harm or help it? Well, it's not going to help it, that's for sure. I will say that I've seen the trailer for it, and it seems like this is not an expose of reptile keepers. This is an expose of reptile smugglers in the 1970s and 80s, maybe into the 90s. I'm not sure the full timeline that they do. And so this is specifically about illegal reptile smuggling, which was crazy. And they're talking to some crazy people. They're also talking to some more normal people. I mean, Tom Crutchfield was a reptile smuggler, but he also has a relatively good reputation within the hobby right now. He did some illegal stuff in the past, but he's also done some good things for the hobby. And I don't think he's going to come across as crazy as some of the other people that they interviewed. That seems like they're a little bit nuts. But anyway, the point is that I think it's focusing on the reptile smuggling, but that doesn't mean that the average person who's watching that is going to be able to differentiate an illegal reptile smuggler from someone who has a ball python at their home. Not everybody is smart enough to differentiate that, but it's almost like the same as watching Tiger King and then having a problem with people who keep cats. House cats, kind of, because we're talking about people keeping cobras and raising cobras and illegally smuggling all these animals and whatever. I don't know. I'm interested to watch it. I don't think it's going to help the hobby, but I also don't think it's going to be as bad for the hobby as some people think it is, because it is specifically about illegal smuggling, which is not. I will say, if it weren't for illegal smuggling, I would not have 2 black-headed pythons. Those were not here before 1983. 1983, I think, was the year that Australia shut it down. You can't export from Australia anymore. I saw a post somewhere where I think Tom Crutchfield's daughter maybe was saying that Australia has never allowed. I might be wrong about that, but I saw from a Crutchfield, and it wasn't Tom, that Australia has never allowed exports, and that's not true. They shut it off in 1983, but there were a lot of carpet pythons, and I think even Antaresia, and a number of species. There were the bearded dragons. I couldn't think of the word bearded dragons. Bearded dragons were already here prior to 1983. There were a bunch of species, but then after that shut down in 83, lots of stuff was smuggled. This is my understanding of how things went, and black-headed pythons were one of the ones that were smuggled. And once they were, and then they got established, like in zoos. That's how come zoos have a lot of reptiles today, that the only reason they have them is because people like Tom Crutchfield smuggled them. But it became a thing where the law became, okay, they're here, they were smuggled in, it's unfortunate, they're here, we'll make it legal to have, don't smuggle anymore. That's the way it's been for years and years. And that's why I have black-headed pythons. And probably pygmy pythons. I doubt pygmy pythons were here in 1983. But maybe they were. I don't know. Back to Chang. Thanks for the super chat. We're moving our 4-ball pythons from their current room into a common room that has the dogs have access to. Okay. The dogs have interest in the tongs, but not the snakes. Will the German Shepherds spook them? No, probably not. I mean, dude, don't knock stuff off. if the German Shepherd sat there and like caused all kinds of ruckus right in front of their cage, they might, but probably not. Usually just having like dogs and cats in the room is not that big of a deal. Cats are actually a bigger problem usually than dogs are. Hey pal, can we put you back? Can we put you back? Here. Let's show you off a little bit. And then we'll put you back. Because you're getting some food tonight, pal. Yeah, I think that'll be fine with the dog. Aliza. Am I saying that right? Aliza. I want to say Aliza. I hope that's right. 4546. Thanks for the super chat. Working my first non-baby snake. Trying to not be scared of me. My guess is it takes time. She is eating. Tips on getting your new adult ball python to accept the situation and not be scared. I still handle sometimes. Yeah, I have videos on this. There's a number of techniques that you can do. But if this is a new snake, really the techniques for a baby work also for adults. So one of the really effective things that you can do that's not hands-on is just sitting by the cage, either right outside the cage when they're out of their hide, or just if they're in there, go into their cage, whether you have something to actually do or not, like changing water or whatever, and just move your hands around. Just move stuff around in the cage like you're doing something, but you're not messing with them. You're not touching them at all. That kind of stuff that's hands off just gets them used to your presence, and they get this scary experience of these two giant monkey paws going into their cage, but then they realize they weren't messed with at all and the monkey paws weren't dangerous. So then the next time you do it, they're a little less scared and a little less scared. It's a very helpful, non-invasive way to get them used to you. And then you can do, also handling if you want to, a couple times a week, do a bit of handling. But doing the non-handling socialization work is really beneficial. Okay. All right. Handsome Dan found the hat. We'll leave him there for a minute before we put him back. Paul asks, Bob, do you have any short-tail pythons? If not, why not? This is the question that Crisis Corpse asks me every live stream. I don't have any short-tail pythons, and I like them. I always say, we talk about this almost every live stream. I like them, and I think they're super beautiful. For the room that they take, I would rather have, I'm more attracted to the longer, thinner snakes. And short-tail pythons are big, short, fat snakes. And I think they're real cool. I just don't have the space for them. I'd rather use that same size cage for a black-headed python, for example. That's the only reason why. Dude, relax. We're just putting you back. Here. You guys can be in on this. Is that pointing at him? Sort of. Okay. Let's get this guy back in his cage. Of course, now he's grabbing onto me again. He's a super grabby snake. We got Banjo right here, waiting for a meal. This guy went to the vet last week, right before I left. That will, there will be a full video that comes out about that, so I won't say much more about that. But he had a vet appointment. He's doing fine. But he does have a weird thing that we are keeping an eye on. That video to come soon. Anyway, we're going to give him a quail here in a little bit. In fact, we might do that. We'll do that shortly. Let me answer this super chat real quick. And then we'll go back to Banjo and we'll hand him a quail. Tiff, thanks for the super chat. Great advice. Also, do you have covers over your radiant heat panels? If not, ever had a snake get burned from it? Pretty sure that just happened to Lieutenant Aldo Rain. No, there go my lights. Must be evening. No, I don't have covers. Radiant heat panels generally are not dangerous for snakes. A snake would have to lift themselves up and sit against the radiant heat panel for a long time to get burned, and they just generally don't do that. If your snake has a burn, I mean, maybe they did it, but I've never heard of it happening before. I don't think, I've never seen covers for radiant heat panels. They're usually just up there, and I've never heard of a snake having a problem with that. But it would be interesting to find out if your snake got a burn somehow from a radiant heat panel. It would be exceedingly rare if they did. There are long-tail pythons. We just don't call them that. They are arboreal and semi-arboreal pythons. Have much longer tails. We're talking cloaca to end of tail. Short tail, long tail, medium tail. There's medium tail pythons. You know. All right, I was going to hand Banjo quail because I thought, oh, his lights are still on. It'll be fun to watch with the lights on. But the lights are off. We're going to give him a quail anyway. Here we go. In fact, we'll give them both quail. I got a bag right here. Quail. With their names on it. Banjo and Maya. I usually hide this quail somewhere. I mean, I don't hide it, but I put it somewhere in his cage so that he can just go and find it. But we're going to give it to him. See what he thinks of this. Hey. Hey. Hey, what's that? Okay, I'm putting it down. Get it. If that was a rodent, he would have grabbed it immediately. As it is, we'll let him find it and take it slowly. Let's see what Maya thinks. These are two snakes that I gave some time off on food. Both of them haven't had food for a while. They're much slower with birds than they are with rodents. But birds are healthier for them than rodents are. All right, I'm putting it there. I'm not going to stand there forever. Okay. I wonder if I can, hang on, I'm going to try and get more light on that. One moment. She's finding it quick. Oh my gosh, when you have to control a light with your phone, it takes so long to load the thing. All right. Let's just increase the brightness. Look at that. pretty bright. Okay, so over under on whether she takes it backwards or not, you guys. I'm saying she attempts to eat it backwards, but then changes her mind and goes to the front. She's trying to make a decision. Oh, right in the middle. I was wrong. I think we were all wrong. Did anyone guess that she would go right in the middle? Crisis Corpse, thanks for the super chat. I stopped asking if you were getting a blood a while back. You should, though. I just spread the word that they are good snakes. Yeah, I know. I know. No, we've gone over if I was getting a blood. We've gone past that. But we do talk about it each time because bloods are cool. And for many people, that's a great snake to have. And they're not as scary as people think they are. Man, I called that one wrong. Look at that. She went straight for the middle and then readjusted and got to the head real quick. She's a pro eater. Oh, Katie, good question. When is the jungle coming? I think we're a couple months away. I think those are brand new snakes, that clutch of jungles that Robert Moss has. So I think we're a month and a half to 2 months away on those. Okay. Sorry for the yawn. I'm getting a jungle python, you guys. Look at how much brighter it is in here because I turned that light up. That's okay, I guess, since the lights in the cage is shut off. Let's see. Where am I? Okay, Tanya says, I have a couple of new small snakes, hognose and Cape House snake. That's great. Congrats. They're in a small rack on paper towels, and I have a few questions, having never used racks before. Racks are great for small snakes like that, especially. The paper towels are just one sheet folded in half, so double thickness. The temp under the towels is a good 5 degrees warmer than the top, and the thermostat is set to control the underneath temp. Cooler on top. Okay, yeah, because if the snake wants to be warmer, they'll go under. You know, you'll often find them under their paper towel. No problem. Do you usually put a hide on the warm end? Currently, I just have one on the cool since the back is basically its own cave. I do sometimes, not always, but the benefit to having a hide in the back is that the snake can feel that they're in a hide. If they're just in the back, they're curled up in the corner with nothing really hugging them, and they like to have that feeling. So if I feel like the snake is less confident, I'll give them that thing to crawl into, you know. I think it's better than just darkness. Where am I? Okay, question number 3 is the water dish gets really warm quite quickly, even though it's on the cooler end. Do snakes care? No, they don't care. And question number 4, should I add some ventilation holes for more airflow? There's no condensation, but I don't want it to get stagnant in there. Yeah, I have air holes in almost all my tubs. Not all, some don't, but it just depends on how the humidity is in there, you know, but definitely could add air holes. If there's a good space between the top and bottom, I mean, the top of the tub and the top of the rack is what I mean, then you don't need air holes, but usually it fits pretty nicely, pretty snugly. So if it fits snug, throw some air holes in there. Okay. Debbie has a question about how much or how hard she should be pulling on the 14-month-old ball python when removing her from things. She loves to wrap around stuff, especially the bottom of a piece of old antique furniture I have that has thin legs. Just don't want to rip her off things and hurt her, but dang, she's super strong. Yeah, don't pull. Start with the tail. Grab the tail, unwrap the tail. Pulling could separate vertebrae. So no need to pull on them. There is, you can do a light pulling, but it's more about unwrapping their tail, reaching around and unwrapping the tail. I did that with Handsome Dan. He had his tail wrapped on the arm of this chair, and I sat there working it to push it. He's so freaking strong. So rather than pulling him and separating his vertebrae, I worked on unwrapping his tail from where it was. So that's the thing to do. Let's see how. Oh, she's got it. She's on the ground with it. Great. Oh, and this guy too. Excuse me. Banjo's got his. Just took him a while. Great. All right. Got those feedings done. You guys, we are on our last Patreon question, and we're going to get to it after I get to the super chats. SP Card Z, thanks for the super chat. New ball python owner here. I just want to thank you for all the amazing content and info you've made. Learning so fun and easy. Oh, that's so nice to say. SP Card Z, I appreciate that. Congrats on your new ball python. That's great. I hope you're enjoying it. Glad the videos have been helpful. Kick me 77. Thanks for the super chat. Do I need to worry about an RI? My boy loves to go under a flat rock instead of his hides where there's really moist air, really only moist air. No, RI is from bacteria. So if your cage is really dirty, then you would worry about an RI. But if it's not a dirty cage, just make sure that you're cleaning out the poops and the urates and you don't have bacteria overgrowing in that cage, and your snake will be just fine. So a lot of times ball pythons like to burrow. People like to talk online about how RIs are caused by humidity spikes, either too much humidity or not enough humidity, or spikes up and down of humidity, whatever. It's caused by bacteria. It's bacteria. And, or it could be viral. You could have a viral, which would be caused by another snake. But the fact is that excess humidity can make bacteria grow more. So it seems like the humidity is what caused the RI, but it's not. It's that the humidity made the bacteria that was already growing in a dirty cage worse, and then the snake got an RI from that bacteria. But if you have a clean cage, not to worry. Not to worry. Okay. We are going to answer this last Patreon question. We're going to feed more snakes. I'll answer other questions on here, and then we'll wrap up. It won't be too long. We got Banjo over here doing a great job in the back with his. We got Maya. His door is open, so it's easier to see her. This is sort of the standard thing. We're always feeding Banjo and Maya on live stream days. They get fed so often that it usually falls on a live stream. So Maya and Banjo are going to be paired up at the end of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, these two will be a breeding pair of snakes, hopefully a breeding pair of snakes. And we will have baby black-headed pythons at some point in the year 2027, fingers crossed. Jenna McKeegan, welcome. Welcome. Glad you're here. You're here right on time for snake feeding. Um, here, we're going to answer this last Patreon question. Hi. Here we go. Candy's Critters says, welcome back. Thanks. Here's my question. If you could take a 2-week herping trip anywhere in the world, where would you want to go? So my first thought when I read this question, my first thought was Cuba, because that is on my docket. I do want to go to Cuba. There's so many reptiles in Cuba that we haven't seen because they just haven't been publicized. I really want to go to Cuba. I want to find those Cuban boas that hunt in groups, hunt in packs, a pack of snakes hunting together in a bat cave, hanging from, it's the only snake in the world, the Cuban boa, that hunts in groups. They hang from the cave, from a cave, you know, a bat cave. They all hang together and they catch bats as they're flying in and out. And they found that even there are prime spots to hang from, and there are not so prime spots to hang, but they all spread out evenly, and they find that their chances of getting food are greater no matter where they are if they all spread out. So they've figured it out. That's pretty cool. Anyway, that's not my answer though. Cuba is not my answer, because I realized that if I was going anywhere in the world for 2 weeks, it's Australia. Like, it's got to be, right? Because you have 2 weeks. You could spend 2 weeks in Australia, and that's my mecca of where I want to go herping. So that's what it would be. Jenna, thanks for the super chat. What is your question or comment to go with that, though? That's a really nice super chat. Melissa, I want to come to Australia. I'm trying to. you know what I want to. Oh, and Tiger Girl also. I want to. Here's what I need to have happen is you guys have a reptile show there that sometimes brings content creators over, like Dave Kaufman. I don't know if you've ever heard that guy before. Clint Laidlaw. Don't know if you've ever heard of that guy before. If they were willing to bring me over, it would make it so much easier to go to Australia. Meg, I'm working on hang on. Oh, there we go. I'm working on a South Africa trip right now. So I may end up in South Africa before Australia, because I'm actively working on that trip. Jenna, your question didn't go through, but on your next, whatever you type next, Jenna, should be your question, and I will read it. I promise. I promise I will read it. And also include in that question, I want you to tell me if you're planning to be in Arizona for our herping trip. Back to Chang. Thanks for the super chat. Not sure if you've covered this. Why snakes of all reptiles and not cats, dogs, even birds? What piqued your interest? Why do I like snakes? Is that what you're asking? Because I've always been interested in reptiles, but I was more of a lizard person earlier in life, even though I've had snakes before, but it was more lizards. But really, when I started getting reptiles again, I was a touring comedian and out of town a lot. And the only animal you can have when you're out of town a lot, well, there's two, I guess. It's snakes, because they don't eat every day, or fish, because you can put in a little self-feeder thing for fish. But even though I really wanted to have a lizard or lizards, I couldn't, because you got to feed them every day. So I went, okay, we'll just do snakes. And that's what I've done. And I got more into snakes than I had ever been in previous years. And it's great. I love them very much. I still love lizards. And at some point I'll have lizards again. We'll add lizards to the green room at some point. Probably not this. I'd probably have to move to a bigger facility, you know. But I have a whole list of lizard reptiles that I would like to have. So anyway, okay, so I answered that last Patreon question. All right, so we're done with the Patreon questions. Let's see how Maya's doing. She's doing all right with hers. And Banjo. Banjo's getting his. So we're gonna feed Handsome Dan on camera today, which we don't ever do. You know who else we're feeding that we never do on camera? The live streams? This guy right here. That's the inspector. He's out ready for it. We're gonna feed him. We're gonna feed this lady right here, who's in the shadow. Sorry about that. We're gonna feed that lady, Miss Bella. And so let's just start doing that. Except I'm going to get to Jenna's. I'm planning to be in Arizona for the trip. Great. I'm also going to January Pomona. Oh my gosh, you are. That's amazing. Real question. I have one and I'm getting 3 coastals. You're getting 3 coastal carbs? How big is Bella? How quickly are you upgrading her space? She's upgrading very soon. She's not very big right now. She's, let's see if she's in food mode right now. I'll tell you how big she is. Nope. There she is. Here, let's just do this. Have this in a bad spot. Okay. Here's Bella. We're just gonna swing her out. We're gonna do it carefully because last time I did this, she fell off her ledge. So she's kind of in hunting mode. We'll see how this goes. So, you know, coastal carpet pythons are larger. There's not a massive difference between them all. But Bella is 2 years old, and she's this big. Not a big snake, but will be a big snake. You know. She's still pretty tiny. But right now, she's in a 3-foot cage. She's getting an upgrade in just a few weeks. Spoiler alert. But Jenna, I want to hear the story of how, hang on. I have one and I'm getting 3. So you're going to end up with 4 coastals. Are you planning on breeding? Are you getting like you're going to have 2 pairs of coastals? I'm curious about this. Fizzy, thanks for the super chat. We're planning on Arizona, but our budget this year had to go to trees. A branch nearly took out my car. Oh my gosh. So we spent money on trimming the trees. I'm sad about it. Oh, we were planning. I'm sad about it, but I hope everyone has fun and we'll be excited for the video. Oh, that's a bummer. I'm sorry that you're not going to be there, Fizzy. That would be fun to see you both there. And I'm sorry that a branch took out your car. That's a bummer. That kind of stuff happens, man. Okay. So there's Bella. We're going to feed her, so I'm going to put her back because we're going to get food in her mouth. I think she's getting a rodent, so I think she'll be happy about that. They usually get birds. She's getting a rodent today. She's getting a weaned rat, which is not a huge meal for her. Okay. All right, let's get into this. Because we have a number of snakes to feed. Let's do, you know what? we're feeding Pip and Squeak and Bonte and Ozzy. They're all right over there in those little boxes together. So let's get all them fed together. We'll get the camera set up. I'm going to step off for a moment. You guys are great at talking amongst yourselves. Here we go. Let's just get this going. Ozzy's already out looking for it. Bonte, of course, is because he always is anyway. We'll try to get some extra light on. Okay. Ozzy and Bonte both get large mice. Okay, we'll start with the green tree python. Camera on it. Hang on, we'll get some light in there. How's that? There we go. It's not that warm right now. There we go. Bonte's a real good eater. Does not have to be really warm. It just takes him longer to figure out what it is. He's pretty careful about it. I feel like, even though I've never tested this, and I probably won't, I feel like I could put my hand in there when he's in food mode and he won't just grab it, because he's pretty careful about stuff. But again, I do not want to try that out. All right, there's that guy. He got his snacks for the day. Next up is that guy. That's Ozzy, my rough scale python. For those of you who don't know Ozzy, he's real cool. Let's get him some food. Hi, let me just, I'm shining a light at you guys. This flashlight is so good. It's called a mini light. You can get it on Amazon, and I got a 2-pack of them, and they're super bright. You can have different levels. And anyway, I have 2 of them, and I like them a lot. Let me, I just want to make sure that I'm not missing any super chats while I'm doing all these shenanigans. Okay, we're good. All right, Ozzy's up. Here we go. Large rat for him. Okay. Oh, you know what I didn't bring is, hang on. I forgot its target. Heat this up one more time. I don't target him every time, but I'm trying to be better about remembering that I'm trying to target train this guy. Oh, he got confused. Here you go, bud. That was weird. I don't know if you were able to see that or not, but he did the target perfectly. Very proud of him. But then he went and snatched a. It was almost like he grabbed a. He was trying to grab a branch of his plant or something. Could you guys see that? Melissa, Pip and Squeak are currently in 2-foot square enclosures. Which is palatial for them. And we're going to feed them next, by the way. Okay. All right. Wait, Alyssa, I just saw that you're in. Alyssa, how did the feeding go yesterday? I'll try to look at the chat or just text me and tell me. But I'm curious. Did you get food in that snake's belly? Is what I want to know. Okay, let's get hold on, I gotta move the camera. And then we'll get Pip and Squeak fed. They're ready for a meal. Almost there. Pip's getting a pretty big meal. She's a growing snake. And she's on small mice, but the small mouse that I grabbed for her is more like a medium mouse. So she'll be able to eat it though. Okay. Here we go. Pip has a different target. I'll get some light on her. She's been very food excited lately and striking at the target, which she used to never do. You know, I'm shining a flashlight in her face. I don't know if she can really see that target. But she's going for it, so don't strike at it. Just take this. That's good enough without striking. Good job. Oh, good girl. I don't know if my lighting work was good enough for you guys or not. Sorry about that if it wasn't. But she is happy to have her meal. Now we're on to Squeak. He's over in the corner of his cage. I'm excited for cage upgrades for them because he's going to have a much cooler bioactive once we get that set up. All right. Get this open and grab his meal. see him there in the right corner? Okay. Same thing with this guy. He's getting a larger meal. Wait, where did my flashlight go? He's getting a larger meal than he normally would take just because the thing in the bag was larger than... Where'd he go? Oh, he's cruising. He knows what's up. You guys even see him? Let me try to get him over here. Over. This is what's nice about a target. He'll follow it. Don't strike at it, pal. I know you're a hungry guy. Okay, good enough. Good enough. It's a big meal for him, but he's growing, man. He's getting big. This guy. Like that was labeled a fuzzy rat, but it's a large fuzzy rat. And, oh, sorry. There we go. You can take that. Okay. Be right there. Let me catch up on the chat real quick, and then we will feed, I guess, some carpet pythons. Hi there, I'm back. Jenna, thanks for the super chat. Let me check it to make sure I didn't miss any others. I did not. Okay, Jenna. Riley, all tigers, albino, CT, caramel het albino, and axanthic. Okay, so you're buying these from Riley. Probably 1.1 red man pop ones and more bredli puts me at 28 plus or minus snakes. Those red man pop ones that Riley has are going to be super bright, beautiful snakes. That's a really nice line that he's breeding. That's cool. Congrats on that, Jenna. You're going in on those carpet pythons. That's awesome. And you have a really cool snake room for those carpet pythons and others. Who am I left feeding? We got Banjo. We need to feed Handsome Dan, the Inspector, Bella, and Koa. We got 4 snakes to feed. Here we go. Who should I feed next? Handsome Dan, the Inspector, Bella, or Koa? Say it. Do you have a favorite snake? I don't have a favorite snake. I have favorite species. I love working with super dwarf reticulated pythons, but all right. People are saying Handsome Dan and Bella. Handsome Dan was first. We're going to feed him first, and we're going to move to Bella. Yeah, it's hard to pick a snake in the room, though, that's a favorite because I love them all. They're great. Okay, here we go. Handsome Dan first. Talk amongst yourselves as I get the camera set up. Okay, let's see. He's getting a smaller meal this time. He's had a couple large meals the last couple times, so we're going smaller this time for him. And I forgot I'm feeding a boa, so I don't need to heat it up. But I did heat it up, just, I guess, for no reason. What'd I do with the target, you guys? Found it. Okay. Here we go. See if we can get him to move. Handsome Dan, when he sees this target, let me see, there he is. When he sees this target, he doesn't really follow it. He just gets into food. He gets into, you know, he's struck at it right there. But what I'd like him to do is follow it and bring his nose up to it so that I can feed him. But what he does is he just gets into food mode. He knows that this means food. So he just gets ready to strike whatever. I'm going to move this camera up so you can hopefully see him better. We'll call that good enough. He's not great at the target, but he's real good at grabbing his food. When I give him food. Okay. Not much to see there. What do we say? Bella next? Okay. She's ready. She knows food is happening. Probably don't even need to warm these up really for the carpet pythons. But I do out of habit. She's very excited. Don't strike it. This is the biggest problem with target training is getting them to not strike. You know, to follow it and not strike it. Some snakes are better than others at it. But they just get very excited. That is good enough, Mama. There you go. Could you guys even see that, or was I blocking the light with my big arm? I was probably blocking it. But there she is. Okay, let me check the chat real quick while we watch Bella. Back to Chang. Thanks for the super chat. Recently visited Hawaii with my family. My nephew, who loves animals, found a cane toad and held it. We stupidly figured it out later. Have you ever held a poisonous or venomous reptile or amphibian? Yes, cane toads are safe to hold. It's fine. They have poison glands on those chubby cheeks, but they're not always secreting the poison. And usually if you're just holding them, they're not going to secrete that stuff. And if they do, you'd have to get it all over your hands. You'd have to like rub their face. So generally, like I held cane toads all the time. Not that big of a deal. But I have never held a venomous animal in my hands that, you know, without a hook. I'm careful about that. But cane toad, your nephew would have been fine, probably. I mean, technically you could like rub the poison on your hand from its face and then touch your tongue and maybe you'd get high. It probably wouldn't kill you, you know. Probably. I don't know what the poison effects are on humans. I don't know if that's a snake that or a frog that if you lick it, You get high? It might be. Okay. All right. Try again tonight. All right. Let me know if you need help. We'll talk about it after the live stream. Marley, I was drinking scotch earlier. Well, this is Marley the leopard gecko, so I'm not addressing Marley right now. I'm addressing Marley's parent. What I'm drinking right now is my favorite Irish whiskey, which is Green Spot. The scotch I was drinking was from Compass Box, and I can't remember the name of it because it was new to me, but Compass Box is a really good blender of scotch. And I can't see it from here either, so I can't tell you what I was drinking. But Green Spot, man, that's the stuff. Mm. All right, so who's that? We got two more to feed. Jim, you're in charge of that. If we're going frog licking in Arizona, I'm putting you in charge of that specifically. I don't want to be sued. Okay. If frog licking happens in our Arizona trip, that is not a Green Room Python sanctioned event. That is definitely a Jim Farr and Farr Racing sanctioned event. He's the leader of that particular trip. Even if I'm involved in it, I'm still not the leader of that. Okay. You guys, those of you who have said this kind of thing, it's so nice. I'm glad that you enjoy the videos. I've been seeing a few people have said that they've watched videos and gotten snakes because they've seen the videos and such, and that makes me feel good. Okay, so here we go. We got Koa and the inspector. You know what? I should have thought out a quail for the inspector because he really likes quail, and it's fun to watch a ball python take something different, but I didn't. I've got a wrap for him, so here we go. You know what? We'll do Koa first, since he seems ready to go. Great. There's Koa. Always sitting just like that at night. Does not matter if he just ate a meal or not. He's always sitting like that. Oh my gosh. He's getting a big meal too. See if he can do any better with the target. I'll try not to block the light. Good enough. Perfect. Great. Okay. I mean, that's like a perfect coil, right? That's a Disney snake coil right there. Right? Like if Disney was animating a snake, that's how they would do it. That's perfect. All right. Next up. Hi. Last snake to feed is the inspector. Have we ever fed him on camera before on a live stream? I don't think so. Let's do it. We'll close Koa's cage. I think after this, I probably have 8 or 10 snakes left to feed. These are the ones that are easy to get on camera, though, based on where this camera will reach. Okay. Here we go. guys can watch him well. He's so good at it. He's a champ at food. Okay. We got it. The target, everyone asks. The target was 3D printed by my friend Brady Bentley and brought to me by my friend Amy Bentley, who is not in the live stream today. This was 3D printed. This is a retractable pointer that you can buy on Amazon. And we stick this to it. But anything can be a target. This, another snake. This what is it? A bronze snake could be a target. This pen, this is a better target. This green pen could be a target. Okay. Hang on, we're going to catch up on the chat in a moment. Okay, let's see. Make sure I haven't missed anything. I don't think I've missed any super chats, right? Okay, now let's make sure that I got all the snakes fed that I wanted to feed on camera. Banjo, Maya, Handsome Dan, Bonte, Ozzy, Pippin, Squeak, the Inspector, Bella, and Koa. We did it. All of them. Okay. The Inspector is working on his. He's such a good eater. He's gone on food strikes in the past, but it's been... Man, I bet it's been 2 years at least since he missed a meal, you know. Sorry, no, is my answer. It's too late. Hang on, I'm scrolling down. Okay. Oh, Jenna, thanks for the super chat. I've used all the S names thinking of switching to whiskey labels. Oh, to name your snake? Yeah, you should switch to whiskey labels. I assume everyone who's watching right now is not squeamish about watching a snake eat a rat. If you are squeamish, sorry about that. That might be why I just saw the thing jump from 144 to 143 to 142. 2 people jumped off who are squeamish. My apologies. And thank you to those who thought that was gross, seeing the rat in the snake's mouth, but stayed on. I appreciate that. That's nice. We are finishing this. Man, it's bright in here. I turned that light up so bright. Aberlour is a great distillery. I don't know this one, though. Southian single malt whiskey. Definitely recommend. Everything I've had from Aberlour, I recommend. And one of my favorite scotches that's not even... in fact, I would put it in my top 3. My top 2 are peated scotches, but my third favorite scotch... And I don't even know if it's 1, 2, 3. I think they all are on the same level. Is Aberlour Abuna, and that is a sherried Scotch, and it's incredible. It's so good. Aberlour is a great distillery. I'll have to look for that Southian. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Jason, are you suggesting that people lick snakes? Sonoran gopher snakes. Is that what we're talking about? Oh, I'm hiccuping. Is that what we're talking about? Licking snakes? Yeah, Lafroig that's the stuff, man. That's what I usually start people on if I'm trying to introduce people to peated Scotch. Lafroig is a good one because it's not that expensive, so that if they hate it, you're not wasting super expensive. I mean, it's not cheap either, but it's not the super high end stuff, and it's very good. Lafroig is a great peated Scotch. I'm a big fan of the Ugadal. The Ardbeg Ugadal is good stuff. But the Core of Reckon is better. My favorite Ardbeg is the Core of Reckon. I just can't find it all the time. And when I do find it, it's usually more money than I want to spend. But it's real good. I knew what you were talking about, though. There's no way I would have spelled that right. I know it's not 2 G's, though. It's not 2 G's, but I don't think they spell it right. Like, do they even know how to spell it? Probably not. How many snakes do I have? 47, I think. I looked. My nephew asked me that the other day when I was out of town with family. I think 47 is the number. It's not a lot. I mean, it's a lot for people who have one snake. But it's really not a lot. I'll answer these that I accidentally clicked on. Brandiella, can't tell the snake. Clint Laidlaw was able to trick Kent into holding a snake. He actually held a snake a couple of years ago in a video at Clint's facility. And then this other one that I accidentally clicked on wasn't even for me. It was for the people in the chat. How many snakes do you have? We are going to end this relatively soon. I'm going to close the inspector's door. Looks like he's finishing. He's almost done with his. Bella is done with hers. I'm assuming, because I don't see it on the ground, although I don't see a lump in her belly, but most of her body is hiding. So I think she's finished. And we're going back to Koa in a minute because I don't think he's even started eating. He's still in his perfect Disney wrap. He's making sure that his rodent is not alive. He does not want to eat a live rodent, which I think is nice of him. See, this is why I say 47 is not that much. Because look at Jason. 200-ish right now. So much. All right, the inspector is so happy. He's such a happy guy. He's got his food. The inspector's getting an upgrade, you guys. Spoiler alert. Back to Chang. Thanks for the super chat. I like Glenfiddich 18 year when I drink it. Thoughts? It's great. I like Glenfiddich. I think it's smooth, but I don't understand the flavors, etc. Yeah. So smooth is a description that people give when it's not hard to drink. So it's like, it doesn't make you wince. It's not like drinking hairspray. Look at the inspector. He's doing good. So, if you drink whiskey and it tastes like hairspray to you, that is not smooth. But Glenfiddich 18 year is a nice, same with what I'm drinking right now. green spot would be described as smooth, but you can, hang on. This is the interesting part of, I don't want to switch away from the inspector because he's doing all the interesting things that snakes do when they eat food. And he's in such a good position for the camera, you know? You don't see their mouth open very often, only like right after they eat food. You got it. All right. We saw it. Anyway, there are charts that you can get if you want to be a real nerd about it. There are charts that you can get that talk about the different flavors of different whiskeys, and even just, you know, you could go with just scotches in different regions of scotch and the different flavors that you could pull out of it. But someone gave me as a gift, and it was an amazing gift because it's really expensive. I've got this leather bound case, and in the case is little tiny vials, like 300 maybe, little tiny vials of different scents that you can take out the vial, open it up, and smell this certain smell. And so you can get familiar with what that smell smells like, so that when you nose whiskey, when you smell whiskey, specifically for whiskeys, these are certain aspects of whiskey that you could pick up in different ones. You know what that is, and you have the language to say, oh, this smells like anise or some other weird, I'm trying to think of even what they are. But that's a crazy thing. So I haven't drug that out in a while, and I should do it again. But it gets you better at understanding what you're smelling and what you're tasting in a whiskey, because a lot of times when you swirl whiskey like this and you smell it, you're going to pick up certain smells that you may not pick up on the palate when you drink it. You know, it's being a whiskey nerd. I'm not a whiskey snob, but I am a whiskey nerd. Same with coffee. I'm not a coffee snob. I'll still go to Starbucks, but I am a coffee nerd about how it's done, and I'll roast my own coffee sometimes, although I haven't done that in a while. Same thing with whiskey. Not a snob, definitely a nerd. And I always drink out of my Green Room Pythons. This is the Green Room Pythons logo. Not the logo, but just the words. I had a logo, Glencairn glass, but I broke it. So I no longer have one. You guys, I would say that we are... Oh, I got to close. Hang on, look at... You can't see this. We got the inspector. If I forget to close cages, then we got snakes out. He's looking for another meal. So we're just going to close this. See if there's anything else interesting. Oh, Koa we were going to look at. For those who are interested, we got Koa. We're slowly wrapping this up, is what we're doing. Just going to make sure I haven't missed any super chats. So I've skipped around and answered some people's question. I want to make sure that people understand that if your comment or question was close to the one that I answered, it doesn't mean that I read yours and skipped it. It's I don't read that fast. So sometimes I'm noticing stuff like, do you smoke cigars? I don't, but I smoke pipes. That doesn't necessarily mean that I saw this one right above, true Jason, or this one right here, bro, I have a roastery, need help, hit me up. Cool. That's awesome. I normally wouldn't read those around the one that I found, which is, do you smoke cigars? I don't, but I collect pipes. I collect tobacco pipes, and I smoke them only when I'm out of the country. I'm a non-smoker. But when you smoke a tobacco pipe, especially if you're a non-smoker, you don't inhale the smoke. You just bring it into your mouth and it tastes good and it's relaxing. And there's not many places in the US where you can actually smoke it. I'm not going to smoke in my house. So when I'm out of the country, I bring a couple pipes with me, and I enjoy finding different tobaccos, and I like collecting pipes because I think they're cool as far as the art goes. And but no, on the cigars don't. Tobacco does not taste as good as pipe tobacco. It doesn't seem as clean, and I don't like it as much. And I'm not into like a lot of people enjoy going to like a cigar bar where they can hang out with other people and smoke cigars and stuff. Not into that as much. Let's check on Koa. Jenna, I don't know what you're describing here, but this all sounds great. This sounds like a good Scotch, except for the gasoline. Old leather, 18th century writing desks, plum, gasoline. Gasoline I don't like in my Scotch, but everything else, especially an 18th century writing desk, that's such a great description of an Isla Scotch, and I'm going to start using that. 18th century writing desk. Crisis, I know we've talked about this before. The GRP whiskey glasses for sale. I've looked into this, and it's just a matter. What people want is the Glencairn glass, is this shape glass. And these are not cost efficient to have manufactured. I have looked into it a couple times. I should do it again because I know there are a few people. I mean, I should just get 10 of them because there's probably 8 people who want them. You know, I don't think they're going to sell like hotcakes and keep selling. I think for the handful of people that have asked for them, they'll buy them. But it's also like if I get 8 orders of these, it's not for me to make money. It's just so that they have the branded stuff. But then I have to ship them out, which is a big pain. So, you know, that's the whole thing. Burnt tire and Band-Aids. Yeah. So are we? Hold on. I've missed this particular chat, but I like that we're talking about flavors of hang on. I'm trying to find whatever Amy said. I don't know that I'm going to find it. Band-Aids are definitely a thing that people describe Isla Scotch as having a medicinal or Band-Aid quality. Burnt tire, I haven't heard. I don't know that I would appreciate burnt tire. Also, you wouldn't think that you would appreciate Band-Aid because that's not an appetizing thing, but knowing what that means, like knowing what that flavor is in whiskey and then associating it, like you understand why they say Band-Aid or medicinal, but it actually is good. Burnt tire, I don't know. I haven't picked out burnt tire before. Yoda, thanks for the super chat. You should commission Mr. Bentley to 3D print GRP targets and sell them, or include in Patreon people things. So here's the thing. I have a lot of them. He printed a lot for me, and I will, I'm not trying to make money on them or anything, but what I have is the disc. And so for certain people, especially if they're buying a snake from me and they want to target train their snake, I will at cost put it on a stick for them and send it to them. So I do have a stock of them, you know. But not everybody. I was doing a thing a long time ago. I had this idea that if you want to target train your snake, I'll target train them, you know, pay an extra $20 or $30 or whatever it was. I'll start the target training process, and then I'll include the target with the snake so that you have it. But nobody took me up on that. So, and I get it, especially with ball pythons. I honestly, I don't target train any of my ball pythons because they're just not, I mean, some are, but most are not food motivated enough. When I start selling, producing, what would I be producing? Oh, the super dwarfs. Like if Echo lays a clutch and I produce some super dwarfs, I think that's important to target train a super dwarf retic. But anyway, so I do have the targets. It could be a thing. All right, looks like Koa has probably eaten his. I think his thing is in his neck. Matthew, thanks for the super chat. My grandfather had ivory pipes with faces carved in, bought before the ivory ban. Oh, that's interesting that they were ivory. Usually those pipes, the carved pipes, are meerschaum pipes. But I'm sure that they were doing ivory too back before. That's pretty crazy. I have a meerschaum pipe that was given to me by Tanya. Is Tanya still here or did she leave? So Tanya gave me a really cool meerschaum pipe that is it's a face and an entire lion carved into it. It's real cool. I haven't seen Tanya lately in the chat. She may still be here. I don't know. It's pretty late for people who are living east of where I live. It's getting pretty late. Back to Chang. Thanks for the super chat. Please tell me it's cherry tobacco. I miss the days of the dads and grandpas using that tobacco. It smells so good. Yeah, I usually do vanilla, but I do have cherry tobacco. I like vanilla, different vanilla tobaccos, but I have a bunch. I almost collect tobacco as much as I collect pipes. And I put them in canning jars so they don't go bad because I'm not smoking them very often. They sit for a long time. But I actually choose, if I'm going to be around people, like when I leave the country and I feel like I'm going to be around people, I want one that smells really good. And pipe tobacco specifically, cigars often smell horrible. Cigarettes smell horrible. Pipes smell really good. And I've had people come up to me and thank me for smoking a pipe because it smells so good to them. Or it reminds them, just like back to Chang just said, it reminds them of like their grandfather used to smoke a pipe or whatever, which I think is cool. But I pick them specifically to be, I pick aromatic tobaccos so that people aren't offended by it. Oh, Tanya's here. I'm always here till the end. Yeah. Tanya gave me a couple of pipes and some books and a shirt. I got a whole prize pack from Tanya when we met in Costa Rica. It was very nice. But that meerschaum pipe is real cool. Okay. You guys, I think, so Koa, I'm shutting his door. Koa is done and back in his hide, which is par for the course for that guy. Bella is showing off her fat belly. You can't really tell right there, but that is literally where the food is. That part of her. She's hoping for another. And I'd say we did it, you guys. It's 9:14. That means we went 4 hours and 14 minutes. That's a long live stream. Thanks for being here. I will see you in the next one. And those of you who are in the Aliens Are Behind Everything and other probably true nonsense Patreon, we're going to do a live stream next weekend. I'll talk to you about it. All right. Bye, everybody.